regular
I've
show.
never seen any of the films.
Okay, Raina,
What?
get out. Get out.
Raina,
Seen the first
So
two.
Raina,
I need to
hold on.
see
So
the-
Raina's being lumped into this conversation now. I'm watching the
I'm
Matrix
gonna get
trailer.
tea.
Okay, I'm watching the Matrix trailer, and a couple of other kids are like, "Oh man, what is that?" I was like, "It's the new Matrix 4 trailer." I say Matrix 4. Wait, there's been 3 other Matrix movies. And I was like, "Get the hell!"
oh my
off me."
god.
I know I said in the chat. I know I said in the chat so for viewers, very few movies in their trailers nail a song for the trailer. Matrix Resurrections nailed the song choice.
You've given me crap about getting caught up on Manifest. Second season, when he's doing his audition lecture, when Stone is, all right, who here likes old movies? Have you seen The Matrix?
Well, you're giving me crap
and then I remember
two.
Matrix came out in 1999.
9, yep.
I think that was right up there with somebody in my chat losing their mind because this was the first time I had ever heard of Myst. I'm like, what the fuck is Myst? They're like, you need to play Myst. I'm like, well, what the fuck is Myst?
Oh my
They're
god.
like, it's like one of the biggest games of the fucking 90s. Like, just in my chat, and the mod thing is just going, should we censor this? Should we censor this? Like, all the way down the line? I'm like, I never heard of Myst. What the hell is that?
But yeah, with the Matrix Resurrections trailer, my fiance, she lost her mind. Like she messaged me. She goes, "This is what made the first one great." Was what they're going back to. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I loved it.
My kid messaged me. He's like, "Have you seen the Matrix trailer?" I'm like, "No."
Actually, you check Netflix and Hulu. The Matrix.
I'm pretty sure it was Warner Brothers, so it would be on HBO Max.
As a nerd, I have to get this off my fucking plate because it's been on there for far too long, and it's like now's the time.
Let me look on HBO Max,
Matrix,
and I'll let you know.
It is one of those incredibly impactful movies, especially for someone like me and Greg, who had never seen anything like it before in film. So much of what has come later was inspired by The Matrix.
Yes, it is. The Matrix Reloaded, and Revolutions are all on HBO Max.
And there you go, is Animatrix there too? Please tell me it is.
I don't have access to HBO.
Justin will give you his, right?
Justin or me?
Yes, the Animatrix is there too.
Okay, good. You need to watch all of it.
I can just buy the 4 films on Blu-ray together in a multi-pack for $15 on Amazon.
Yeah, I can give you
actually, you know what? Be careful with that.
HBO Max.
Or HBO Max. Be careful with buying them that cheap. Usually, they're pretty shitty. Actually, that cheap. So if it's like, you just want to be careful with that kind of thing.
Here's how much of a fan I am. I have a box set where it has 7 discs of the entire series.
Yes.
And a bust of Neo.
Oh my god.
That's about the equivalent of what my fiance is with Lord of the Rings. She has 3 different sets of the books, the Silmarillion, and all 3 movies on DVD.
Oh, guys!
And it didn't occur to me when I first watched it, although I guess it wasn't as big in the public consciousness at the time. But most recently, I've heard people discuss The Matrix in the context as it's a trans fable. So it might resonate with you in that way, Raina.
Well, I have to actually talk about that. I am officially done with TNG Season 5.
Congratulations!
Yeah, and I have to say that the Outcast really, really just hit home with me. I actually watched it again today.
Actually, not to like push them, but I told you were gonna love and hate that episode.
Well, it's kind of like one of those things where it has such a bittersweet ending, but it was kind of like expected, but at the same time, it's just like, fuck. I just felt bad for both Riker and Soren in that. There was just no fucking win there, and I understand the argument. And this is what I actually want to write a paper on this, guys. What makes me laugh is I started looking up this episode and the origins of its history and how it came to be. And I love where they originally went in with the idea that it was a gay-centric episode, because
Mhm.
looking at it technically, it is probably one of the most trans pieces of media I had ever
Yes.
seen. And it's more relevant now and is deeper now than it was then,
What do you
in
think
my
of?
opinion.
And I know you saw Orville. This isn't a hype on Orville, but with Orville, when you saw the About a Girl episode with the sex change for the baby, what do you think about that one?
Orville sucks.
Damn it,
It's-
Justin!
It played it.
It's a meme from Justin at this point.
I had said that I liked that episode because it took, people were like, oh, it played it safe. No, what it did was it looked at the perspective from both fucking sides, which is what it needed to do, because there's a lot of trans people that are in that, that one trained mind that they're right and everyone's wrong, but they also have other people on the other side that have that. There's so many times that, like, I think that it's American blindness, like that we're Americans, that we don't look at other cultures like that. And I think it resonated really well with species in that regard. Like, I really, really like that episode. And I'm not really big on, like, anytime Seth MacFarlane touches a, like, heavy subject like that, immediately when the show starts, I'm just like, oh, fuck. Because it's either one, he's going to fuck it up, because if he fucks it up, and when he does, he falls hard. But when he does it right, it's actually insightful. It's interesting to watch. But Seth MacFarlane doesn't have an in-between of just okay. It's like he either really fucks it up or he really succeeds, in my opinion. And I felt like with that one, yeah, he succeeded. I came out of that feeling like I got more out of it than when I, like left with. But I will say that I still think that The Outcast is probably more impactful. And it's funny because it's unintentionally impactful because of how it was made. I just find that prospect just so interesting.
Especially since it came out, season 5, so 92?
Yeah, I think
So it came out in 92, so it's like you have to
91, I think.
I'll look that up.
87, 88, 90, 91, 92. It's 92.
Because I know that in episode 5 of TNG, they had the big thing where Gene Roddenberry had passed away because they had it in the beginning of the episode.
Yeah.
Which was Unification Part 2, I believe.
Yeah, Unification.
92.
Unification was really fucking good, actually. I like Part 1 better than Part 2.
Okay, so actually, since you've seen Yesterday's Enterprise and you've seen Redemption and Unification, I can say this. Did any of you guys watch the Trek Culture video I posted in the chat? Ross or Justin?
I have not.
So Trek Culture did this fan theory. Cleary did it, and I really liked it. He said he made a point first. He goes, when movies are based off of episodes, they tend to be really good. Wrath of Khan based off Spacey, First Contact from Best of Both Worlds, and so on. He made the fan theory and made the point that Nemesis is based off of Yesterday's Enterprise. Shinzon was created because of Tasha Yar. When she goes back to the Enterprise C, the year is about 2344. And so when they go back and he starts moving up this timeline, because if you watch The Defector, Admiral Jarok immediately states, well, there's been a change in government, which is about 20 years after Tasha's back there. So they created Shinzon because Tasha told them, she probably told them nonchalantly after she grew with them, yeah, I served with this Captain Jean-Luc Picard. He was captain of the Enterprise, and that gave them the idea to create him to take over as the captain of the flagship of the Federation. And it makes Nemesis actually good at that point. I like Nemesis. I'm a fanboy for it. But I think if people watch this and understand it, this theory video helps improve Nemesis infinitely with his theory that he pitches that Nemesis is because he sent Tasha Yar back in time.
That does make it much more interesting.
Yeah, it was a great video. It was about 12 minutes long. He pitched it, and I was like, wow, I was sucked into this 12-minute video. It was great.
I'm not sure if I buy the theory, but I will say that I think Nemesis gets a little too much dirt.
Well, it gets that because people see it as the film that killed that part of the franchise.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if you ask me, that part of the franchise is kind of dead and dying already, and kind of out the door. Like, one of the things that I note about Nemesis is that you can tell that the entire cast is just running on fumes. They're there's a moment after the hull breach on the bridge where like well, Patrick Stewart has a line, and he just says like, like medical team to the bridge or something like that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you're right. That one.
And the way he says it, like, I know that he was like, I understand that he was just in the midst of a like life and death situation, and he's probably in a bit of shock and everything. But just the way he delivers the line, it's almost like Patrick Stewart sounds tired. He just sounds very tired. He's just like,
I've had enough of your bullshit.
It's interesting that you put it that way. There's a YouTube channel I used to watch called 10 for the Win. It was one of Machinima's affiliate channels back when they were a thing. But it was two guys who just did top 10 lists all the time. And it was fun and engaging. It's in the top 10 list kind of way. But they were doing
I can't help but feel like yes, I remember 10 for the Win, actually. I actually do remember some of those videos.
Steven Larson. They do wrestling commentary now. So they're still on YouTube. Hey, it's what they love. But they did a top 10. They did a top 10 Star Trek games video, and one of the jokes they made in it, and Patrick Stewart comes back for another tired voice of Captain Picard. Engage. Nap time.
I mean, again,
engage. Nap time.
I can watch Nemesis and enjoy it. Like, I don't think it's like the worst film ever. I believe it actually I actually believe it has one of the coolest space battles in all Star Trek. That is a fucking fantastic sequence.
The music too is awesome.
Music's good, but I mean, like, every single movie of the Next Generation has a brilliant score because Jerry Goldsmith he did he didn't do Generations, but he did the last three. Like, still, all four of them have fucking great music, but like. I mean, like, Nemesis, like, my main problems with Nemesis mainly come along the lines of there are times where, like, the action very much feels unnecessary and overstaying its welcome. Particularly, like, I can't remember
Riker versus the Viceroy
in the movie.
But, lovely. I'm getting rated by Haas now.
What now?
Huh?
It's the chat bot that's been causing so many problems. Haas 00312 _ something. It's the chat bot that's been plaguing Twitch for weeks and weeks that they haven't quite figured out how to
shut down yet.
Yeah, so
been there, done that.
I hope it doesn't
it's just 3 bots. So long as I don't follow them back to their channel, I'll ban them as soon as it comes up.
I getcha.
That's what I've been doing. If they come in, I ban them. And Raina, hope that helps.
Thank you.
Raina hopes what helps. Hope what helps.
HBO Max.
Oh, okay, you sent it to her. Okay. Now back to that Matrix 4 trailer. Neil Patrick Harris is going to have I think he's going to have a pretty big role in this movie. He's the therapist, clearly, obviously, but there's more to that role. And I am really digging Yahya Abdul-Mateen as a young Morpheus. Like, absolutely, I think he's going to own that role.
I think the other guy's going to, the older Morpheus is going to be in there too, just because. I mean, they're going to have him in there at some point.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne did go on record saying that he wasn't asked by Lana Wachowski that he wasn't asked by her to do the movie, and I'm like, that's kind of slight of him. He, at the same time though, he says this, I'm kind of glad they didn't ask me. I can go write another play.
There you go. But yeah, the trailer looks great. I'm glad. It's nice to see Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss together again, and that curious moment of, do I know you?
Yeah, I love how who I think was Watch Mojo or Looper. They're like, Keanu Reeves, we're just gonna call it his John Wick look.
I mean, seriously, once he got that look, he's kind of kept it. Even whenever they redid the new Bill and Ted, he kept that look.
I know everyone's already making the fucking cyberpunk jokes now. Wait the fuck up, Morpheus. We got a simulation to burn.
Oh, and they got one of the original agents in the movie from Matrix Reload. I forget the actor's name, but he's the agent that fights Morpheus on the semi-trailer. He's in Resurrection as they come out of the cop car and the agent takes over. That's the original one.
It would be pretty cool if they got Hugo Weaving back, but I'm not holding my breath for now. He's been obliterated.
Yeah, he's been obliterated.
And oh wow, I'm really hoping they do something to really nail this movie. There are a few scenes that are more impactful and resonating to me than Hugo Weaving's Agent Smith interrogating Morpheus.
Yes.
The truth is, I hate this place. This zoo, this simulation, this reality, whatever you want to call it. I can't stand it any longer. Just that
get out.
That's raw hatred, that visceral disgust at everything. Finally dropping the mask and seeing the real being inside, the contempt, the hatred that you don't see otherwise. The agents are just plain, rigid, mechanical, computerized. And then for a second we see, holy shit, this is a person.
That can be argued that is when Smith becomes self-aware and real AI at that point. Because he knows he can break the system, he knows he can override it, and he's just like, with the second he's like, I have to get out. That is self-actualization right there. That is consciously aware of your surrounding,
and that's why he chose not to leave after he lost.
Yeah,
he wanted revenge, a very human emotion.
Hey,
very, very natural. Jason is running late. So I don't know. Has anyone heard something from Sun?
I have not heard. She was in chat earlier, but I haven't seen her recently.
We never hear from Sun. She'll just pop up.
Yeah, we got time yet. We're not really technically supposed to start until.
Guys, I have to say, with my Star Trek journey, the one thing that I'm loving about season 5 is I love this fucking bromance between Riker and Worf through the whole fucking thing. Like every episode, it's like just some new bromance moment.
Wait until the next season.
You know what? Even in the Outcast, I fucking love the whole. You could send me away, and I would respect it because you're my commanding officer. Well, let me go down on the ground with you. Let's go get her. Like damn, dude. All right, bro, moment for the win.
It wasn't played on as heavy. But Riker and Worf was, I would say, probably the underrated bromance of all the series. Because then you go to DS9, you have O'Brien and Bashir. Then you have Voyager, you have Paris and Harry. And then in Enterprise, you have Archer, Trip and Malcolm. So Riker and Worf it's not that they're not great, but they get kind of like swept under the rug because they didn't explore our true bromance because of Geordi and Data overshadowing it. But Riker and Worf was really good.
Yeah, until the next season, whenever Worf started hooking up with Troy, and
that's season 7. So season 6 is okay.
You know what? I'm glad you guys said something, and I know Travis was probably going to speak up and say spoiler, watch it, but actually, I kind of had a feeling that it was going to head that way with how Worf was acting with Deanna, where he's like, "I've come to respect you as a counselor and a woman," and she's just kind of like, thanks."
What'd you think of the episode? Have you gotten to the episode Disaster yet, where Worf delivered a baby?
Oh, that's a great episode.
I actually made this joke in the chat. I love where Worf is like, "You cannot have the child now. That would be a matter of inconvenience." And then doesn't matter. This baby is coming.
And then it's all, you're fully dilated. You may give birth now.
That birth on the holodeck was much more orderly. I'm also going to say, remember that moment. It's gonna be talked about in the future.
Oh yeah,
and it's gonna
keep that in the back of your head. Raina, what'd you think of Troy in command in that situation? Her showing her colors.
Oh, dude, I was like, it was great because they kind of started her as her usual self and kind of docile and kind of just going with what everyone said. And then when she was like, "No, if there's a small chance, this is how we're gonna do it," and basically telling her, "Shut up, this is how we're doing it. Let's go."
And I love that. Oh.
But there's less than a 13% chance we could blow up. Let's do it.
I love the dynamic that O'Brien immediately is like, who's the officer? And O'Brien's like, well, Counselor Troy carries the rank of lieutenant commander. I believe she's the highest ranking officer. he immediately just bows to her authority. It's like, damn, O'Brien.
You know what? I found my the royale of this season, and it's the game.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah,
the
the game
game,
is
man.
bad.
It was not that bad.
Yeah.
The game was not that bad only because Ashley Judd and Wesley Crusher.
Here's the thing.
Wesley got some.
Yeah, Wesley got some, but here's the thing that bugs me about that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me that the entire crew fell to the predations of this addictive video game, and the only person who was immune to it was the teenage guy, the teenage boy in the crew.
I wouldn't say immune, but he was far more aware. I mean, that still kind of makes your point valid, but yeah.
No, honestly, I
Captain
think
Picard fell for this thing before he did.
I know. Ross said where I was actually yelling at the screen where it was like, "Oh, Picard didn't fall for this bullshit." You'd been like, "What? This is a waste of time. Why would I even be putting this thing on?"
That was the most unbelievable thing in the entire damn episode.
It really was. Actually, no. The two unbelievable ones is Worf and Picard. Worf wouldn't play a game like that, and Picard is too mature, and he's the captain. He's not going to sit and play a damn game. He's going to go to the holiday.
Could be goaded into it, though.
True. Yeah, it would be Riker who would do it, and it's probably Riker who did do it.
Probably Riker that got Picard into it, too.
I'm trying to figure out how they got Geordi, though. Geordi can't see.
I'm
like, how the hell did that work?
10 out of 10 for Wesley fucking home aloning the crew. To navigate through the Enterprise. Like, he full on home alone his way to getting away so many times. It was incredible.
That was Wesley's episode. That one, and you've seen the First Duty, right? Not yet.
That's the next episode I'm on.
Oh, that's next. Okay, cool. Then you're gonna like that one.
Next one. Like I was saying like that was the next one. Like after that, like that I had watched because like I was doing homework, so I was in and out. And that episode was really good though because the one thing I love is he's like so looked up to Picard, but he doesn't see Picard as like a flawed person in himself, which we've seen Picard fuck up. But I don't like, you know what? It kind of goes to show when you idolize someone, like you kind of miss that you got to praise the person for their faults and their strengths.
And how Picard opened up to Wesley at first when Wesley failed the Academy exam in season 1. He tells Wesley, he goes, I failed the first time. You know, he's letting Wesley know it's okay to fail. And so he's always backing Wesley up. So I always thought that was a great dynamic when Picard got comfortable enough around Wesley to open up to him like that.
The best thing about the First Duty is that it spits in the face of justice.
Oh, God. Fuck that episode.
Like, hear me out.
Oh, my leg.
Let's go to my most hated quote in the entirety of this Star Trek franchise.
Uh-oh.
Let's go there. We're on the planet Edo. We're on the planet Rubicon 3 where the Edo live. Because I keep forgetting that the Edo are people, not the planet. Who fucking cares?
Fuck out of here.
Wesley is being questioned by the mediators. And he's like, I was chasing the ball and I fell into that. I'm really sorry. And they're like, you admit that you did that? Willingly? And he straightens up.
Oh, God.
And he's like, I'm with Starfleet. We don't lie. Fast forward a few years, and Picard's like, hey, you fucking lied.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference between those two moments. That's the young, naive Wesley who had never been through justice yet. This is the Wesley after justice. He probably learned a pretty significant...
If he learned anything, he wouldn't be lying.
I'm just saying. You know what? I'm just going to say...
Always interrupting my monologues, Greg, huh? This was after justice where he learned a very important lesson. Keep your fucking mouth shut. But also, he was being influenced by his squad leader, who was incredibly charismatic, and he had the loyalty of his crew.
I like how Ross just pulled
defending
the whole...
justice, Ross?
No, Ross just pulled the whole moment with justice. Dumbledore said calmly. That's how this argument played out. That is not an efficient argument for this situation, Ross.
Anyway, I need to go get something to drink to do the redeem, so I'll be right back, and then we can get things started with or without our missing hosts.
Here, I'll send.
Oh, look,
I'll send. Jason.
You want me to write?
I beat Travis to the hydrate this time for Ross.
I'll wait until the show starts for that.
Are we all gonna just be torturing Ross this time around?
Oh wow, so many. Alrighty. Copy link. No, not open link. Dang it. Copy. Back. Jason.
Hey, but Raina, did you ever watch Keenan and Kel?
Oh my god, back in the day, dude.
Okay, so I messed up my.
Welcome to Good Burger Home with the Good Burger. And a
When I told
order,
you-
please.
Soda.
When I told you about suing for $5 million, I totally messed myself up. I was going to tell you to sue for $10 million and then play the whole Keenan and Kel quote like as a joke.
We
on,
used to do
I
that
put the
shit
screw in the
drive-
tuna.
Dude.
We would do the Good Burger thing and drive through just to throw customers off. It was glorious.
All right, Jason just got home, so maybe he'll be in here shortly.
Honestly, guys, I was just more petrified by the whole thing because, like, you don't like. I didn't know I was in a conflict until I was going down, and that was the worst part of it. Because then, when you hit the ground, you're like, "Oh shit, what's happening? Am I gonna get stabbed? Is someone gonna stab me?" Because they were angry people. They were some very, very angry people.
I'm really sorry you had to go through that. Like, it's just.
If I was closer, I would have fetched my shotgun, but I'm not.
It like I said earlier with you, Ray, like that incident combined with like a few other things that were happening today and like on Star Trek Day, it just kind of compiled into this like, okay, I gotta write something, and I just kind of wrote some feelings out in the Star Trek group. And,
more and more I see how despicable humanity is. I'm just gonna say Thanos might have been right about us.
Can't go wrong there.
Hey, Brandon, not
if we could ever use a Thanos snap, it can be right now.
I was just saying, if there's a silver lining, if you do like get a lawyer and like go after them, that Christian group that you said was there, they are loaded on cash. And I liked what you said earlier, like when you did the Pikachu meme, when they find out what I did with their money.
like
Dude, because I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say this now. I used to take this shit lying down, and it just got to a point this last like few months where it was like getting mistreated by people purposely and getting thrown under the bus with my university constantly. I was just like, fuck this. I'm just so done with it.
Like I really hope
lay down, fight these fuckers.
I really hope that some positive can come from it because.
Yeah, me too. I don't.
If Raina can do that, like if Raina, I know it's obviously not for the money, but it would be funny if when you sue and you get the money, you have your operation, you get yourself good, and then you can just tell them like, look what I did. I just want to see the look on their face.
I'm just gonna say, with how messed up that was, if I had the choice, if I had the amount of money, they'd give me all the bells and whistles.
I will say also that a lot of people in the group,
Texas.
a lot of people in the group send their love to you and wish you a speedy recovery there. And
also,
doctor told me I've got to wear the boot for about a month, and he was saying if I can walk on it and the muscle looks better, then I can take it off. But he was like, everything except sleeping, you're gonna want to wear it.
No.
So anytime I have to put weight on that, and I hate it, guys. It is like wearing an anchor on the foot. I can't stand it.
Well,
hey, look at
that.
Look at this. You're training like Goku. You're wearing weighted boots. You're training like Goku.
I hate it.
Next time someone tries to stir shit with you, kick them in the boot.
So to give you guys an idea, what that boot was used for before is when I tore my muscle last time, I also had my arches in my right foot collapse.
Ow.
Ew.
And so I was going through a double healing thing. That's why the boot itself is like, it holds the foot tight so you can't like shift it. and then it holds all the way up to the knee as well. And it's a pain in the ass to get on and off, and it's.
Oh wait, okay, Travis, help me here.
Yeah.
The actress's name plays Laurel.
Laurel.
Mary
Oh,
Shefo.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good Lord, that woman did not need to wear platforms.
She is now my favorite actress in all of Star Trek.
She's great.
She is cool as hell, though. She will interact with me on Twitter, too.
But she is cool as shit, number one. Number two, when she says, like, oh, yeah, I have this entire Klingon rock album, I'm like, okay, I'm buying that.
You didn't see that video?
Album?
I heard about it. I never saw it.
I shared it in the chat and in the group on the Facebook group.
Yeah, I didn't. I'll go back and look at her or just search it and watch it because that's just fucking cool.
It's corny as hell, but the music slaps like hell, man.
I do appreciate that Wilson Cruz was ready to cry like a proud father because how they've known each other for so long. And honestly, as far as like doctors go, he was as much like Bash Disco. He was absolutely my favorite character in Disco. I love the way Wilson Cruz portrays him.
He really came to his own in the second season, and he wrecks in the third.
And apparently in the fourth, he plays more of a counselor role. So,
well, he did that in the second season too.
He did the second season. Who's the other doctor? I could see him relegating more to counselor because they do have that other doctor there. So I could see him kind of backing off the full medical, and coming to like being a counselor. But I'm just like I said, I'm looking forward.
It fits.
Sorry, like
it fits because in TOS we saw officers playing multiple roles all the time.
True.
Spock is both first officer and science officer. Sulu as helmsman and life sciences officer, as well as several others. And so it makes sense that in that area you'd have Culver serving as both chief medical officer and ship's counselor.
Right.
Hi, son.
Hi, son.
Not to mention, you have Majel Barrett playing number 1 and Nurse Chapel.
Hey,
let's not get too much into it, so we don't.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say, spoiler alert. They have 2 different actresses for those roles.
Oh man, this is gonna be a hell of a show.
This is gonna be
one hell of a show.
I recorded a little over 4 hours of footage this time because I expect it to go long.
Smart.
Yeah.
Well, like have you seen the trailer? The only thing that's on the trailer is basically Star Trek Day, What If, and Blue's Clues. That's it.
Oh, so we're not even reviewing Lower Decks?
No, we are
reviewing Lower Decks.
The only thing not Star Trek is the Blue's Clues and What If.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Leia's comment.
Oh my God.
Hello, everybody. Hi, David. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Leah.
I'm just saying, Wilson Cruz is a very good-looking man. I'm like, hey, if he wants to give me a physical, I'm not going to say no.
So, for those of you who like, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege is on a free weekend this weekend.
Free weekend or free?
Free weekend. Just a free weekend.
I say free weekend. They rope you in, and then they cut you off after they rope you in.
But here's the magic of Steam, which is weird, and I don't know why it works, but it works. In a lot of games, as long as you keep the game running, it still logs you as playing. So you can continue to play even after the free thing ends. It's only once you exit the game that it goes, nope, you can't play anymore.
Yeah, but then Steam does a little forced update for it. Oh, wait. Someone else is here. We got a surprise guest, everybody.
Wait, you mean that you mean that
shit.
You mean that you allow Steam to auto update?
Well, I mean, yeah. And speaking of auto update,
you allow Steam to auto update.
Absolutely.
I don't let Steam do anything.
Ensign Beard Fassé has returned.
Welcome back, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
We missed
Hope
you.
You're well.
We legit. I missed you.
Yeah, because Greg's boring, so.
Kiss my ass, Justin.
Shots fired.
You know what's boring, Justin? Your repeated use of the same insults. Come on, mix it up a little.
That's
There you
new.
go.
I do have a new camera. I can do all
Nice.
kinds of cool stuff.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Oh.
And if Sean, if anyone thinks they're tired of just looking at me, I could just zoom in.
Oh, he's pulling a lane.
A high def look.
Oh wait, Justin, everybody's here. Show them your little slap thing again.
What slap thing?
What?
Oh,
Oh.
did Justin get a slap chop? Is that
No. Watch all. Let Justin play this. Let Justin play this.
Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're going to do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all.
So, wait, is that Alec Peters stealing somebody's phone?
That's
Not
Alec
just
Peters
anybody.
stealing Sean's
Not just
That's
phone.
anybody.
Sean.
Alec is taking Sean's phone.
So that's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
It
He's
is.
he actually has been charged with assault.
And banned
Disorderly
indefinitely.
conduct, not assault.
Oh,
Ross
disorderly
confirmed for me
conduct.
that Alec has been banned from DragonCon permanently.
Oof.
He tried sneaking in later that day and was forcibly ejected,
Wow.
apparently kicking and screaming.
Oh God, there's no video of that.
There's rumors
Probably
that
not.
but I would have loved to have seen that.
We're not
Well,
talking
yeah.
about it on the regular show because there's too much
Guys.
fun to be had rather than be
Yeah.
dragged down by
Yes.
fucking Axonar. But
Guys.
since we are broadcasting, so we'll get Justin. I'll give you this fuck you, Alec Peters.
Yes, fuck you, Alec Peters. Fuck you, Alec
I
Peters. and fuck you, Alec Peters.
I mean,
Because
according to what just happened, it's not a dragging down. It was a dragging out.
Mhm.
Can I just say
That,
that?
that whole interaction
Flash.
was spurned because of a very toxic Facebook post that Alec made
Uh-huh.
directly at Justin.
And
Well,
Alec
it
never
was
thought anybody would
directed at
confront him
me
about
and
it.
more towards other people too, but it's tiled towards me calling everybody fat fucks.
Yeah,
And thankfully, Jay,
had to confront him at Dragon Con.
So to be clear, it was directed after we really did make concerted efforts to do everything we could to not cause the fine folks at Creation any kind of additional inconvenience that weekend, because it was clear to them, or clear to us, that they were under a lot of stress because
poor guys.
of just, so yeah, I mean,
Wait, he'd been causing them problems?
Oh yeah.
I'm
I mean-
say I'm not gonna say he. I'll just say that they were stressed out, and when they had some conversations with us, they asked us to not pile on to their problems. So
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
that sounds about right, honestly. Like, I am not going to condone Peters and his behavior. I've seen some of the things that he can write on social media. I believe it is very childish, very immature, what he can say. And, like, how, like, I wish the guy knew how to take some criticism, because then maybe he would actually have some motivation to actually finish his supposed project. But I mean, in the same way, like, I really, like, when I watched this, I had this like 50-50 mindset going on, and like in my mind, because like on one hand, I very much sympathize with the frustration that Sean feels, because I know that this is a guy who, like, Alec Peters has gone after his fucking family. That is just like, that's not okay. That's not okay. Like, threatening his kids and everything like that. Like, it's like, what is going through your mind to do that? But in the same way, I almost want to be like, Sean, take the high road, please. Please take the high road. Don't like add fuel to the fire. But that's just me. Like,
Okay, so taking the high road in that case of that video is literally charging Alec Peters with the.
I mean, like, yeah,
Well-
I'm not saying that he should not have charged Alec Peters. Charge the fucker.
So
like,
Travis, I hear you, and I agree. Like in my mind and in my heart, I agree that confronting people like that is unwise.
yeah,
That's why I really made sure that didn't happen at STLV. And what happened after STLV? Sean was, we were called cowards. We were called fat. We were called, wanting to go 10 rounds. So
I didn't
I-
see this part of the story.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, I hear you. I agree with you. It's unwise for all the reasons that we're seeing play out now, 100%, right? But at the end of the day, when that road was taken, right, like it's either you're a coward or you're a dangerous stalker, right? Like that's the card. So, I mean, Sean did what he did. There are consequences, there are ramifications, and they'll play out.
Yeah.
But the reality is that in that interaction, only one person was cited by Atlanta Police Department.
Yeah.
For committing, for being not assault and battery. It was
disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct. So Alec Peters was cited with disorderly conduct.
And I need
as much. We've all voiced our opinions about Alec Peters and Axnar, myself more included, to an exhaustive detail. But we've got a lot of much more fun and exciting stuff to talk about. So let's roll into the main show, shall we?
I just want to quickly emphasize one thing. If Sean is watching, like, I do wish you well, Sean. If you're here,
he's our friend. He's former host of the show. We love him.
Friend. I hope that whatever injuries he succumbed, I guess there was some injuries to his fingers or whatnot. Like, I hope everything's all right there, and go get him. There you go.
Yeah, Sean's one of us. He's our friend.
Yes, he is.
We're all behind him.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's roll it.
Roll the countdown. Jason, you should like this.
Star Trek. Lots of Star Trek. So much Star Trek tonight on Super Geeks.
Hit it.
I came off a little bit more psychotic than I was going for. Sorry about that.
Well, after the week
We live in
psychotic
society.
is okay.
Look! It just proves that you're the overly obsessed girlfriend of Star Trek, just like every fan.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Real Super Geeks podcast on this, the 10th of September, 2021. My name is Ross, live, love, play, the eyebrows of doom himself, and I will be your host this evening, joined by my fellow geeks in fandom, starting off with the man at the keyboard, pressing all the buttons at random. It's Justin.
Hello. It's been a weird and crazy week. Lots of went down this week. But yeah, it's been okay.
He's hot and he's cold. He's black when it's white. He's up when it's down. He's in when you're out. It's Greg.
Doing good. Just another week of school, down, and actually getting ready for a trip to California to visit my aunt and uncle. Hopefully here soon.
I didn't realize Greg had on-command vitiligo.
Oh, it is the dynamic duo of the show. Fear them, respect them, love them, and despair. It is Travis and Lane.
Hello, everybody. It was a week. I mean, pretty good week, all in all. Some emotions for things that kind of happened today concerning some things we were talking about earlier. Hopefully, all go downhill from here, but what can I say? I am excited. I am excited to talk Trek, and talk Trek we shall. And what are you looking at? I don't know.
She is tired of your shit, and she is ready to spit some venom. It's Reyna.
Oh, I've got eyes of dagger right now. You can't see them through these fucking awful glasses, but hey, I'm here, and it's Friday. I'm alive. I have had a weird week that started out good, went bad, and I somehow found good in the bad. So, hey, I'm halfway to being a Star Trek plot at this point.
or an episode of The Facts of Life.
That too.
Ross, you're already giving you a workout.
It's Friday.
Today.
Happy Friday, lovelies. It's good to see all of you.
It's stretch and flex. I do it every morning at work, so keeps me limber. After all,
getting them Riker muscles ready to go.
All right, she is the queen of the seas, and she is coming in. Where is she this week, son? Where you at?
Hello, everyone. This week's been weird. I mean, I'll be honest. I've not really been honest with you guys with how on and off sick I've been, and yeah, that happened again this week.
Oof.
But I'm better for the moment. So yeah. Let's see. Turn on the camera. There we go. So for those of you who've watched, I've played the original Metro before for you, and I thought I would. Well, I hope it works.
Son, you have got to stay away from Zora Domain Chipotle.
I thought I'd play Last Light for you guys this week.
I like Chipotle.
I've never been to a Chipotle, so I wouldn't know. And it's probably a good thing, because who knows? It might give me food poisoning too.
Son, we're gonna need you to not get sick, but that would be great.
That is a great movie. I need to watch that movie again. It's been way too long. I love
It's one of those you just
stick
on repeat.
Complete with
Lane
red
has a
stapler.
case of the Mondays.
And last but certainly not least, he is the man, the myth, the beard, the face. Ensign Beard Fossé himself returns. Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing good, and I'm wearing my visitor badge.
Nice.
I like it. I approve.
As for me, holy shit, it's been a week. My wife's birthday was on Tuesday. My wife's birthday was last Saturday. My son's birthday was Wednesday. His party is tomorrow. Whoo, boy. It's been a week, but gonna end it on a great note. We've been preparing all week for his after a nice little influx of funds that we have now spent entirely on him.
Quote unquote.
I believe those are called paychecks.
Yes.
Do
But
any of those funds involve cars with faces?
there are a few cars with faces, but there are also many talking pups in construction equipment and other costumes. And a few
Wait till they
dinosaurs.
get
Cats involved.
Wait till they get older.
Corporate shame in here.
And have you guys heard of Fur Real?
Yes.
Yes.
For those of you who don't know, they are animatronic toys. And yesterday, my wife was out with my son at a Walmart, and they came across a Fur Real baby dinosaur. It moved when he walked by because it's activated by by motion, and his reaction was something like this: "Baby."
Let me guess. She got it.
She got it.
So naturally, he's fallen in love with this generation's version of the Furby.
That was quite the. That was some timing there. Good one.
All right. Thank you guys for sharing. Glad to have you all here again. Jason, glad to have you back as well. Let's roll into the news this week, and there is so much to talk about.
Oh
Yes.
my
Most
god!
importantly of all, spaceship. Spaceship.
Oh,
Spaceship.
it's not playing. It's not my fault if you want to play.
And here's your spaceship. Engage. Pretty cool, huh?
We took a
Credits
minute
for that
to play.
video, Red Mona on YouTube.
Well then.
That is like the most awesome crossover ever. If you've played any of the Shantae series,
They are so good.
The Enterprise is missing its third nacelle.
All right, let's roll it into our reviews this week. First up, we have Lower Decks. Actually,
Let's do What If first.
yeah, let's do What If first, and then roll into
I
the Star Trek stuff.
gotta pull up my.
Well, yeah,
recap
Travis
here
got to
and make sure
recap.
that-
Travis, have
I
you
gotta-
been keeping up with the shows since you left?
Absolutely. Oh wait.
Wait, you mean Jason?
Jason, wow. Coffee,
Damn.
coffee. Jason, have you been keeping up with the shows since you left?
Yeah, but I haven't been watching What If.
No worries.
And the
you're not
podcast?
missing much.
Have you been keeping up with us?
Yes.
Okay, then you know what Travis is up to. Good.
There it is. Screen time out.
Extremely
10
long
minutes.
monologue alert.
don't forget to the spoiler alert. Thank you.
Yes.
Justin,
flash the
throw it up.
spoiler alert, and then I'll
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
And then I don't want to make sure get that mixed up with this one.
Shut up. Alert. Shut up. Alert.
For the fans
That's-
watching, that's mine.
That's no. That's
That-
for when. That's for when Carlos and Sean get into an argument.
You guys ready for this?
All right, let's go.
Hit
Travis.
us with it.
So-
Hit us with it, Travis.
All right. Hey, Raina. Want to watch a Marvel zombie thing?
No, I don't want to watch a Marvel Zombie game. I don't want to watch it.
Hey, Raina. Want to watch a Marvel zombie thing?
Kill me.
Hey, Raina. Want to watch a Marvel zombie thing?
No, I don't want to watch a Marvel Zombie thing.
Hey, Raina. Want to watch a motherfucking Marvel zombie thing?
I can't.
This week, on things they should have left on the cutting room floor, Ant-Man dooms the universe. The end. No.
There was
A
no
quantum
rat.
virus. What?
There was no rat to save the day.
It's true. A quantum virus makes people go all zombies, though they seem to be rather intelligent for zombies and not really decaying and very agile and durable and powerful. And you know what? I'm going to move on because if I go on about why I think zombies are the dumbest thing in entertainment, I'm going to be here all night.
So you mean right now with everybody that's stuck in their phone? Okay.
Yes. You're all dumb. No, I'm sorry. I love you all. I love all 12 of you. Hulk is sent to warn the Earth about another crazy world-ending threat, but when he arrives, everything is undead except for a few heroes who are fighting back against this, and this made Raina angry. You've seen this story before. The human race is doomed. The supposed cure is in another part of the country. I, Legend is a good movie. Go watch that.
Damn.
Our surviving heroes make their way to this area in the other part of the country, but not without dropping a whole lot of meta humor about horror movie tropes, and I'm sitting here wondering, is anyone taking a literal apocalypse seriously? They also make a lot of puns on hope, and this made Raina angry. They do a lot of pow, 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 and blam, 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 and brains, brains, brains. Hope feeds her Frankenstein, and they get compromised, and then she's like, you saw Shaun of the Dead. You know what you must do. I must die. And they're like, we have a better idea. Why don't you walk us over to where we can do this double jump scare gag that will make Raina angry? And she's like, okay, I'll do that. Hope saves them, and she surrenders to the darkness, and they find Vision, who is like, lol, sucks to be organic. By the way, I have a cure. And they're like, what is it? And he's like, I invented this I invented the head in a jar from Futurama. And they're like, do we get to meet Leonard Nimoy? And he's like, who's that? And then they find out that Black Panther is locked in his basement for whatever reason. And Vision is like, I made a cure, but it won't work on the love of my life. And they're like, what do you mean? And he's like, I locked Wanda in the basement as well. And they're like, you're dumber than most horror movie protagonists. And he's like, lol, I know. I mean, I'm going to kill myself in like 5 minutes. And they're like, why? And he's like, does not compute. Thank you for coming. I'm dead now. And this made Raina angry. They try to escape, and Hulk is like, you go without me. I'll hold them off. They fly away, and as they do, Hulk's like, I feel like I forgot to tell them something. Oh, crap, I forgot to tell them to water my flowers. Raina's going to be so mad at me. They fly off with the Mind Stone, vow to form a new Avengers because the first one worked so well. And they're like, nothing could possibly go wrong this time. And then the episode ends with the purple guy who loves balance. He comes to Earth and is like, zombies? I'm fucking Thanos. This isn't shit. Oh, a paper cut. Oh, no, brains.
So basically a worse plot than, that old little skit show on Nickelodeon, Action League Now.
Oh, God, son, what the hell?
Why did you do that, son? I wasn't trying to think of that shit.
That's literally what it reminded me of, was Action League Now. Does anybody remember that show?
I remember Action League, and I remember Action League and Kablam.
It sounds better than like the last 5 seasons of The Walking Dead.
Anything sounds better than The Walking
Ross
Dead.
is not dying, he's laughing, everybody.
Breathe, Ross. Deep breath.
He's having a mild heart attack.
Breathe, Ross.
So I guess I killed Ross. Yeah,
a little bit.
No,
I've
been in a state of paralyzed laughter since that brilliant intro. You two have been conspiring behind my back. I love it. Give us more.
And I just switched between them. I didn't even know what they were doing, so I just went with it. So hell yeah, that worked out.
I thought that was planned.
Good job, Justin.
That wasn't planned.
That was good. Holy shit.
Leia's comment list.
Where the hell has this been?
I mean,
someone.
That's
I'll let someone go before me because again, I'll be here all night.
Well,
fuck this episode.
So instead of talking about this episode, I actually listened to someone talk about a better way to make the last episode.
Great! Can we talk about that instead? Because this episode sucks.
The one with Doctor Strange being evil.
He wasn't evil. He was incredibly misguided and did everything for the wrong reason.
He was evil.
Ross, he ate the devil.
Okay, yeah.
Just because you consume evil does not make you evil.
Greg,
and the
what did you
beard
think
will
of the
be back
episode?
in a minute.
He was chaotic neutral at least.
So my thoughts on the episode.
He was full on to chaotic.
Let Greg talk. Because I know Greg likes this episode.
I'll go first. I absolutely love this episode. Screw you, Sony, for not letting Tom Holland voice his role. But overall, this episode was really good. I loved it from the get-go. I mean, there's Mark Ruffalo's Hulk coming down, and it's like he of course comes across Colossidian. Ebony Maw's like, okay, I'm screwed because Hulk won't help him. He gets help. It's not so much. It's zombies. I loved the dynamic. I didn't expect this episode to have as much heart as it did. But personally, for me, I know Raina's gonna choke this episode down. But this episode had a lot of heart with Hope and Spider-Man of all people. It was really great to see their dynamic. I was happy with his blam. He didn't stop even when he died. Blam, blam. It was great to see a lot of the other original characters. Again, my heart for Chadwick Boseman, hearing him one more time as Black Panther. I'm assuming we're probably going to hear him a couple more times, I want to say. But again, hearing Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther was just amazing, just on the ears.
So he's in the next episode.
Okay, that would make sense.
Isn't he in 4 episodes?
Yeah, he's in the next
2,
one.
So yeah.
Too.
I loved that Vision of all people. I know that's been played on, but of all people, Vision is basically the one that just like kind of screwed everybody up. It's like, oh yeah, there's nobody here. My frequency keeps the zombies away. Okay, that makes great sense. And then they find Wanda. It's like, oh, you're feeding Black Panther to Wanda. Got it. And of course, with Scott Lang's head in the jar, Futurama kicks in. And actually, for me, it was Futurama and Mars Attacks. There you go. That's dating us right there.
It was the cake. Well, go ahead and.
No.
So wait, does that mean the Vision's frequency was that song, that fucking yodeling song?
The yodeling kid from Walmart. But I did love the episode. Everybody willing to make the sacrifice. This is one of those episodes I wish there was a second part to, because when they with Parker and T'Challa and Scott, they're like, oh man, we made it. We can save everybody. And that zombie Thanos waiting with the gauntlet, one more stone. I'm like, even the Watcher is like, this will destroy everything we know. I'm like, oh, that's great. And then credits. So I love the episode. I give it I still say everything's going to be second best to me personally for the T'Challa Star-Lord one. But I definitely love this episode. Marvel is keeping pace with this being, they don't have a bad episode thus far. Everything's keeping pace with it being a great episode.
Oh, wow. The daggers raining is staring at you. Holy shit.
Yes. So I'm done with my recap. I love the episode. Let's see who's next.
I got to say, as someone who read through almost all of Marvel Zombies, this actually, it keeps true to the spirits of that series. But unlike the comic series, which is told from the perspective of the zombies, this tells it from the perspective of the survivors, which makes it more fit for television. I get that. Although it's nice to see that Peter was not one of the first victims. You don't get to watch him consume both Aunt May and Mary Jane, which would be heartbreaking as it was in the book. Disappointed we didn't get Ash in this one either. But I think he's owned by a different. That's Evil Dead, by the way. I think that's owned by a different company, so it wouldn't work anyway.
That's a great comic. If you haven't read that comic, it's a great fucking comic.
If I may, real quick, Ross, this is also the first canon mention in the MCU of Uncle Ben.
Yes, yes, it is. But I liked that Peter was the voice of hope throughout everything. Yeah, and that's very in character. That it kept me interested in the episode instead of kind of tuning me out because of just how terrible it is. It kept a balance of dread and hope, unlike the Doctor Strange episode did, which was just this avalanche of terrible. It just got exponentially worse the deeper he went. The head in the jar, that's straight from the comics, except in this case, it was the Wasp whose head was in a jar that helped T'Challa figure everything out after he got abducted by Hank Pym to be chopped up and fed to people. Interesting that that they chose to use the quantum realm for this instead of an extra galactic meteorite that struck and infected the Avengers right away. And it was propagated by the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards kind of went over the deep end there once he was infected, or actually right before he was infected. He thought it was the next stage of evolution, the next stage of life. It's no place for children.
It's always the Fantastic Four's fault.
So I liked a lot what they did with it. It was still a bit of a downer episode. So soon after the last episode, which was a huge downer, but it kind of left that. But again, it gave us a bit of hope, and then it dashed it with Zombie Thanos.
Was that a pun on actually hope falling down?
No, not an intentional one.
I know.
You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Well played.
I find it interesting that both of the TV shows that we're reviewing today draw heavily from outside influence. This one felt like a Marvel's version of Zombieland, and then when we get to Lower Decks, it's like Star Trek does Blues Brothers.
We'll get there.
But we'll get to that. Justin, since you're our returning guest host, tell us, did you watch the episode?
You mean Jason?
Jason.
Wow. Jason.
You're fired.
You're fired.
I
Like
haven't
you
been
guys
watching.
don't fub every now and again.
I haven't been watching What If. I like Marvel. I've enjoyed the movies. I've enjoyed the shows, but I'm not as much into the lore. So What If for Marvel doesn't quite do it for me as much as like it would for Star Wars.
If I may, then Jason, did you update your Razor Crest model to go with canon?
It's been a while since we heard that one.
Damn it, Greg! I wasn't going to use that joke tonight, and you had to go and use it. I didn't even have the Razor Crest picture pulled up.
DTURP2 on Twitch blames the Fantastic Four for how bad this episode was.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, I gotta agree.
They
This
weren't in
episode
it.
3 was pretty blah. Compared to what they have done so far. I mean, I love a good zombie flick. Like the next person, I guess like the best part about it was Spider-Man. I mean, they tried to make it almost exactly like Tom Holland, which was good. But I mean, overall, this wasn't a very great episode.
Hydrate again.
Yeah, he didn't really go by the comic and I thought they would, but
like
I mean,
3 times.
Do what?
I'm gonna need to get a refill if this keeps up.
You're gonna need to go to the bathroom if this keeps up.
I often do.
Credit.
It's not gonna mad dash as soon as Florida Man's done.
Credit for the guy who played Peter Parker because he did sound. I actually was fooled that it sounded like Tom Holland and had his mannerisms down.
Jeez, man,
well.
save your channel credits.
At least get him
Do
to
something
a
other than
thing.
hydrate. Give me a chance to breathe.
Let him
Raina, what'd you
sing.
think of the episode?
Oh, we're on the Raina. Here we go.
Fucking hated this episode. I'm you guys. I bet you couldn't tell how much I hated this episode.
Honestly, I couldn't tell Raina. So please tell us.
Beautiful job on that intro again. I loved that.
It's just completely
you almost
ridiculous.
killed me.
No, and that's how
a rare
I
and
feel.
special thing.
I have the Angry Joe approach to it. No, I don't want to play a fucking zombie game. No. And every time they do it, like, as someone who loves the Marvel Zombies comics, like, there's a reason that was a long-running comic series and not one 30-minute fucking episode, because it's deep. This is shallow as fuck. It's terrible.
Ooh.
Because, like, the only thing that it had going for it is I like how they placed it in the timeline where you could see where certain events happened and certain things didn't and how that influenced. But other than that, it's just completely lifeless. No pun intended, but there it is. Spider-Man was the only good thing about this thing. I did like the two things of them kind of referencing Falcon and the Winter Soldier and WandaVision. Like, I should be sad, but I'm not, because those shows didn't fucking happen. Like, that was like clever to me. Weird. So I was like, so I thought, okay, you know what? That's clever. But like, this episode was just like bad news for the sake of bad news. Like, at least with Doctor Strange, it felt like something like, all right, as a human who, you know, has like deep interpersonal relationships and things like that. And this is something someone would do. They would end the universe for someone they cared about. This was just like, I want to animate Sharon Carter exploding. Like, that would be fucking cool, right? Like, that's
guys, I'm covered in Sharon.
Like. And I'm just like, I cannot, like, this episode was fucking boring. And then when it was like Vision was the bad guy, like, as soon as he popped on screen, I'm like, where the fuck is Zombie Wanda? Like, that was like a mile away coming. I was like, oh, I know exactly where this is fucking headed. You're not clever. And of course, they weren't clever enough to hide it, like, right in plain sight who it was going to be.
And then, of course, you know, whenever the end part where they're flying away, be like, watch, this is going to where what's your name, Hope's going to pop up and grab them.
They beautifully played the zombie
enough.
movie tropes, though. They beautifully, like, Spider-Man's on it.
Yeah, but the point is, with Marvel Zombies, is that it defies those expectations by having something deeper within the characters that are already fucking zombies.
So what I'm getting,
the zombies carried nothing in this damn show at all.
So what I'm getting here is that Scary Movie was a better thing.
Whoa!
Basically, I'd rather watch a Scary Movie.
Let me get in my strong
I'm a diehard Marvel fan. Like, where I stand with this is that's the difference between the comics and this. In the comics, they still had some kind of sentience there. They realized what they were doing, so there was a lot of moments of questioning on humanity versus monster. Where this, it was like, they were a zombie with their abilities, and it was so fucking stupid. It's like, how did it make it better? It didn't. Hawkeye missed by like 0.5 inches from his arrow shot. So there you go. That was their weakness in this whole thing. It's just them without any personality.
Yeah, in the comics, like you said, the comics, it was from the perspective of the zombies. They still had their minds. Whenever they were full, whenever they'd eaten, the reality of who they were, who they are, and what they've done hits them. And especially for Peter, it was
catastrophic.
Guilt, just this unending. I killed people. I ate my wife. I ate my aunts. And then as soon as they see something alive, all that's gotten is food.
Yeah, and this was the opposite. Like, they tried to give people like depth that like put people together that like have never worked together. And I will say that the dynamic that they had set up between the characters felt really funny and real. But once they started dying off, like, you lost all steam. There was no steam left by the time that you got to like 10 minutes in. I hated this episode. Like, honestly, every single episode of What If I would rather watch. I have no points to come back to this piece of shit.
I did like Okoye being in charge.
Joe, how much would you really like it?
Travis, your review.
If you can't tell, like, I don't mind admitting that when it comes to horror as a genre, I'm not really the biggest fan, and I am 100% serious when I say that I think zombies are the dumbest things out there.
Thank you.
They are. I mean, they are.
Like, watching this, I was confused as to like what exactly I was supposed to expect, because I'm not familiar with zombie tropes. Like, the most familiar I am with any kind of zombie thing is Shaun of the Dead, I Legend, and I think there was another one that I kind of enjoyed, but a lot of this stuff like is more like they take it they're either like super goofy or super serious. And
are you talking about the Will Smith movie?
I Legend, yeah.
That's I Am Legend.
Oh, I Am Legend. That
you know what? Which is a complete and utter departure from the book, because the book is about vampire hunting. Believe it or not,
I confused I Am Legend with I, Robot, which are both Will Smith movies. So potato.
Forgivable. Just this one time.
Yeah, Magato. I gotta. When I was watching this, I couldn't help but like I just kept asking myself, like, is anybody taking this like literal apocalypse, like global changing, human race ending event seriously? Because everybody was just popping jokes, and like part of me was wondering, okay, is this their way of maybe coping with like the anxiety or depression? But like the fact that they just like kind of kept like joking about like horror movie tropes, and Spider-Man, who is enjoyable, just keeps on like, oh, but don't you guys watch horror movies? This is like exactly what the hero does. And I'm just like, okay, you guys are starting to overstep it just a bit. That, and when it comes to zombies, like, I felt like they were bending the rules a lot with zombies here, because like when I think of zombies, I think of these like mindless collective things with little to no intelligence. They have one thing and one thing on their mind, and that's like what makes them kind of scary, quote unquote, I guess. I never really, again, I think they're very dumb. But when I just see these guys all like knowing how to use Iron Man's gauntlet, or, you know, getting like precision shots with the bow and arrow and everything like that, or using the Ant-Man technology and everything, like, it's like, what is the point of a zombie episode if you're just going to give them the things that like these people do in everyday life if they weren't zombified? And it just, I just found this to be very dumb. Like, again, I'm using that word a lot, but zombies are just the one thing I will never get behind. Like, even in Star Trek, when the Enterprise fucking went full-on Vulcan zombie, I was just like not really into it. Admittedly, like that episode, I do have some like respects for like the setting and everything, but I've never really, I can't get behind zombies. It was no different then. It's no different now. This one, it's a big pass. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's just dumb.
God, I think that's the first time we all almost agree that we all hate this.
No, Greg liked it.
I didn't hate it. It wasn't its best, that's for sure. But then again, I'm fairly forgiving in my media.
I give it I get an 8 out of 10 Happy Hogan blams.
As far as the joking stuff, I didn't watch it. But as far as all the jokes, Travis, have you seen the plague posting group or the plague posting group on Facebook? It's all like shit posting plague memes during COVID.
I can imagine.
So there is humor in darkness.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I get that, but this one was just one of those like, guys.
And
this
Ant-Man
is a little too goofy. Like the fact that like Ant-Man was dropping all these puns, like sentence after sentence after sentence, and like calling himself out on. I'm like, there's only so much meta humor you can fit into an episode before it starts to get a little repetitive. And just,
again, Action League now.
If I may, hold on. Pun after pun, stupid comments. Sounds a lot like Lower Decks.
You know, there was only one miss. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's like I said earlier. It felt like Marvel does Zombieland, which was similarly a zombie movie that was all jokes. It was a couple people going on a cross-country road trip amid zombies. One with a laissez-faire attitude, the other with a rigid set of rules. Who only referred to each other by their state of origin. Just clowning around, taking out zombies as they go until it gets real.
There's that movie versus this episode, Ross. That movie was funny.
You know what? I can tell you right now, I'll rewrite this episode. You want to know what would have made it better? Go full on in with the horror, have the only survivor Spider-Man, and have every one of the Avengers still as a zombie chasing him around, and he's got to deal and figure this shit out. This was boring. It's boring.
Well, on a side note, it looks like the Hulk survived since their teeth and saliva can't penetrate him.
There's I think he might have actually probably gotten eaten, but I know who was it? Oh my god, who got thrown away?
He wasn't bleeding when he got bulked up.
True, but Bucky might have also survived too.
And when he got bit and the Hulk saved him there was no blood there.
There was only one missing Easter egg that they should have gone for. With the Infinity Gauntlet, they should have done the Left 4 Dead thing. I'm just saying they should have done it.
I groaned so hard at Zombie Thanos. I was just like, God damn,
yeah, he was pretty tough. I don't remember seeing him bleeding much.
Like I said, paper cut. Oh God, brains.
I don't know why. I just pictured just hilariously like Shuri just biting his arm and just him like, the fuck.
I need more.
All right. We've ripped into this episode enough. Steve, do you have any thoughts?
Okay, so I'm going to share a thought that I just had, and then I'm actually going to go back an episode because I actually heard the best ending for the Doctor Strange episode, and I want to share that too. Okay, so the thought I had about this episode. What would make all of this stupidness worth it? Because even the Thanos thing was stupid. other than Vision having some frequency that keeps them at bay, have Venom literally stabilize people being infected. And the end of the episode is Thanos lands, starts to get infected, and Venom. So now Venom also has the Infinity Gauntlet.
Did you guys see Deadpool in this episode?
No.
It's a blink and you miss it. It was an article Leia showed me a while ago. Deadpool's in this episode.
You can't see someone who's constantly being eaten. He's literally just self-regenerating food. Why wasn't he the one that Vision was feeding to Wanda? Because he would literally just keep growing himself.
Nope.
So the Doctor Strange episode. So everything in the Doctor Strange episode happens up until the end. And at the end of the episode, instead of succumbing to the fact that he's done like this horrible thing and creating this self-prison for him, he literally has the power to change and restart time. Do it one more time. And in the next reality, instead of losing her, he loses his hands. You've literally at that point, you would literally create the what if that by its mere existence then creates the original Doctor Strange.
Interesting. All right. Well, thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts and impressions of this episode. What's next week's episode? Do we know?
I don't know.
It's the one that's got the Tony Stark bed in it.
Oh, Killmonger and Stark, I think.
Ooh,
yeah,
that should be fun. It'd be nice to see. Is Michael B. Jordan back?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Preview of it. Yeah.
Oh, posture check. Okay. Stretch. Get in place.
Jason,
Okay.
by the way, we
I had to make sure you were limber after that rant I went on.
All right. So that will conclude our review of What If for this week. Let's move on in to the meat of this episode. Hey, Justin. Spaceship. Got to do it again.
And here's your spaceship. Engage. Pretty cool, huh?
I can't get enough of that video.
Where's Rutherford?
What?
Where is Rutherford?
And once again, thank you to Red Mona as the source for that video. Anyway.
Gotta love it.
Lower Decks. Travis, are you ready?
You know it. I'm always ready. I'm
Let's
ready
hear it.
like a Betty or something. I don't know. This week on Lower Than Luna class starships can't come to my party decks. Captain Freeman learns the hard way to make sure to look who's in the room before talking about them when the crew is overwhelmed by the duplicating duplers. When Freeman embarrasses a member of a race who duplicate as an emotional defense mechanism, they prevent her from going to a radical party. They disturb Tendi and Rutherford from completing their AMT USS Cerritos model kit and provide Boimler and Mariner with the perfect diversion to sneak away from crate stacking to attend the epic party when they decide to remind us that Boimler has a transporter clone that he can pose as. They sneak on over to Starbase 25, but the party is in a super secret location that they need to find, so they get in contact with an old friend of Mariner, and he's like, "You're going to pay for that thing you did of abandoning me." And Mariner's like, "I don't abandon people." And Boimler's like, "Hey, well, yeah, you do." And Mariner's like, "Okay, maybe I do, but you know where this party is." And the friend is like, "I'll tell you where the party is if you move this bubble bath mix for me. It's definitely not a trap." And they're like, "Okay, I believe you." They drive the merchandise and suddenly get pulled over by the police. And Mariner's like, "Shit." And Boimler's like, "What?" And she's like, "Rollers." And he's like, "No." And she's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Shit." Her friend is like, "You've fallen for my trap." And they're like, "Why are you doing this?" And he's like, "Because I don't like you." And Boimler's like, "I want out of this." And Mariner's like, "Okay." We cut to the inside of a toy store, and the cashier's like, "Will there be anything else, sir?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, can you replicate a Miss Piggy?" And the Mariner crashes through the wall with the police in tow to the upbeat tune of "I Can't Turn You Loose." She Blues Brothers the hell out of the station. She makes one of the officers break their watch, and they crash into a lake. They evade the police. Mariner scares her friend, and she's like, "I want to go to this party." And the guy's like, "Okay, it's in this location. Please don't hurt me." And she's like, "Oh, fuck, this isn't really much of a secret at all. Well, let's go to the party." They go to the party, and William can go in, quote unquote William. But the bouncer's like, "Yeah, Mariner, you can't go in." Boimler and Mariner argue, and Mariner vents about how he left her when he joined the Titan. And Boimler's like, "Screw you, I'm going to party." And he goes to party. We see that Shelby has moved up in the world. Good on her. But Boimler is like, "Oh, I miss Mariner." He tracks her down to this bar, and they have one of the most wholesome moments in the history of ever when they reconcile with one another, and they're bummed about missing out on the party. But then the bartender's like, "Hey, check this out." And they're like, "Holy shit, the bar that they are drinking at was frequented by none other than Kirk and Spock," and it is just the most wholesome moment. They have this nerdgasm, and Freeman, and while this is all happening, Freeman discovers that to stop the Dupplers from duplicating, that's still happening throughout this entire episode, by the way. She has to piss them off. They do that, they get rejected. They do that, they recombine. The Dupler's like, "Fuck you all, I've never been treated like this before, I'm leaving." And she's like, "Hey guys, we can still get to this party." And they go to the party, and the bouncer's like, "Hey, you're not from a Luna class, you're not on the list, get out of here." They get rejected. Freeman says the best Star Trek pun in the history of Star Trek. She Duplers the party, and they have a wonderful down-to-earth party in that rundown bar where Kirk and Spock were. And they also give me cravings for building my own Cerritos model. Can that happen already, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. That was outstanding.
Well,
oh, wow. I gotta lead into this by saying this was the most wholesome episode of Lower Decks we've ever had.
So I have, before you all get started, I have a question.
Yes.
Was this rundown Earth bar the Cheers bar?
No, it was not.
Because,
no, it was more
because that would have been fucking perfect.
It was more like bootleg Quark.
Think of a random bar that you might find on the corner of 25th and Florida Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Those just throwaway bars.
It kind of reminded me of one of the bars at the Rio Hotel. And it kind of had that vibe during STLV where people were just coming by and chilling after an exciting day at the con. I mean, everyone's in uniform, people are having drinks and just relaxing and chilling and being themselves, laughing. And it wasn't this big hoity-toity party where everyone's in dress uniform and everyone's rubbing shoulders like it's some kind of major social event where if you show up and make a good impression, you're getting promoted.
The carpet's a little sticky.
Yeah, it was certainly a dive bar, but it had all sorts of Starfleet memorabilia everywhere. There was a model of the Phoenix. There was a fine art portrait of Sisko's stellar sailing ship. There were little bits of Starfleet memorabilia everywhere. It looked like it had a subtle history instead of glitz and glam and lights and music and everything else. But as I was saying, this is a very wholesome episode. We got a little bit of emotional resolution between Mariner and Boimler over their tension from the end of last season. We got to see Rutherford come to terms with a past that he doesn't remember, and understanding that his past self isn't what defines his current self. Well, we got Tendi being a good and supportive friend for a change, instead of a overbearing, toxic, slightly psycho one. We even got some interesting developments from the bridge crew as they're dealing with a walking, talking, spazzing Tribble outbreak. But even worse, because just responding to it makes it worse.
Yes, that one of my favorite
gags
of that
let Travis say his thing.
one of the best gags of that entire thing is just like when Freeman is just trying to like fix that, and she's like, "There's no reason to be embarrassed," and he's like, "Oh, you're very kind." Wait, that's what you say when there is a reason. It's like, okay, I won't say anything then.
She's giving us the
silent treatment.
Trust,
and the critic,
Justin, go ahead.
The guy was modeled off the critic. I don't know if y'all remember that. But
It
yeah,
was the same
critic.
voice actor, wasn't he?
I think so. Sounds like
John
it.
Lovitz?
Like him.
Yeah.
Was that John Lovitz?
No.
I think
Let me
so.
look. I will look on that.
I mean, the outline was perfect. When he got indignant, the tone was spot on. I'm going to my quarters. Waddle, 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 waddle.
So the point of the story is have the Tellarite guide this person and this species around.
Oh Jesus!
It was brilliant watching them just walk on eggshells and constantly try and placate this guy's fragile ego. He drops his fork. Oh no! Ransom. Whoop, there we go.
Before we get too far into it, this is easily my favorite episode of the season so far. And that is because finally, like, one of the things I really liked about season 1 of Lower Decks was that they were not afraid to have their episodic moments, but also like give us some like story beats and continuity that stuck with character development. And one of the things that I have been like kind of critical towards when it comes to this season of Lower Decks is that it's like at one point I said that it very much felt like this was a reset button in disguise very subtly. Like they brought back Shax, Boimler's back on the Cerritos with very little fanfare, and it was just like I really thought that they could have handled a lot of this stuff better. I do still hope that like they make Shax like a low-key Kenny of the series and kill him off in the season finale again. But like one of the things that I really loved about this episode was the fact that they brought forward a lot of the consequences from that first season again. Like Rutherford's memory loss was a key point in conflict of Rutherford in this episode. And we finally got like this bit that Mariner had not let go of a lot of that resentment of Boimler leaving for the Titan. And I actually really liked that, like, because I would have loved to see, like, I was actually kind of disappointed that before this we didn't get a like real point in closure of them discussing like, hey, I'm sorry that I left without saying goodbye, because yeah, that was a big thing that hit Mariner really hard. Him leaving without saying goodbye was something I honestly was wondering why they did.
And so we'll touch on in our our final topic tonight.
And like seeing them like finally have that moment where they're just like, hey, I'm sorry that I did this, and like finally getting some reason behind that, how he was afraid that she would try and talk him out of it. And it was just really, really well done. Like, it is so nice to know that as goofy as this show can be at times, and as, you know, silly as it can be, it does know how to have real good character moments like this, really good development, really like moments that are just full of heart, that aren't all chaos and confusion. This had a lot of breathing room and a lot of like genuine development and story, and I absolutely love it when it does that. Like, the show is easily at its strongest when it has those moments, because again, these are characters I love seeing how they develop, and as much as I love laughing at silly jokes and Dupler's duplicating and Tana like just losing her mind and colorful metaphors and everything like that. Like, I am most invested when they have genuine development like this. Really well done episode there.
Thank you, Travis. Jason, how about you?
Real quick, it was Richard Kind.
It was Richard Kind, yeah. It was not John Lovitz who was the critic.
He was very close.
Yeah. I did not enjoy as much the first 3 episodes of the season as I did last season. So going into last week's episode, I was, just kind of, not expecting a lot. And last week was really good. And this week again was really good. I don't know why the first 3 episodes just didn't sync with me as well, but I think that they've brought the fun back. I've enjoyed, again, I think Travis hits it. Like this is what I hope. I mean, how do I phrase this? This is kind of what I hope Strange New Worlds is like, in that it's episodic with growing characters, with developing characters.
That's been confirmed.
With consequences, right? That's so we're seeing that it can be done. We're seeing that you can have, you can run out torpedoes and still be on torpedoes the next episode, and there'll be consequences from episode to episode. So, I think it works here. I think it'll work well in Strange New Worlds. I love Richard Kind. He's hilarious. Did a great job as the Duplers. I love it was great to see Boimler and Mariner back together again. Last week they had a different pairing, which was kind of weird. And I know that they want to do that. They want to pair up different characters. And I want a model of the Cerritos.
Yes. I think everybody does it last week.
And, I know the next bit is Star Trek Day. And I don't know what all we'll cover in Star Trek Day, but Eagle Moss is announced and XL Cerritos.
I am considering pre-ordering. Damn it! I should have brought my little, I don't have a model of the Cerritos, but I should have brought down my model of the Enterprise B to start this off, and I would have been like, nothing relaxes me on after a hard day of work on the ship, nothing relaxes me like building a smaller ship, and I would have showed off my Enterprise B model kit that I did a few years ago. I'm actually very proud of it, but stop showing off.
D7
you stole my idea.
Cruiser.
You stole my idea.
I mean, I didn't build mine, but in my video, mine's above my head right there. The triple nacelle, all good things, Enterprise.
You've always been a third nacelle.
And it's fallen off its base.
So speaking of lower decks ships, if you play Star Trek Online, I assume within the next week or so, you might be getting the Parliament class.
Yes.
Vancouver.
That was a Megatron yes right there from Ross.
Yes.
Although it's being put in the Infinity lockbox, so
of course it is.
Fuck you, Star Trek Online, and fuck your monetizations.
The low buy store is getting the lower decks uniforms.
Ugh.
And of course, they're also coming with lower decks personal traits for both space and ground. And the first space trait is literally called the Boimler effect.
Yep.
Nice.
My eyes can't roll back farther in my head.
So, Randall, what were your thoughts on the episode?
I actually really liked it. This was my favorite one thus far. I always like the Boimler Mariner dynamic, and to see them kind of like, I think earlier in the season I was like, man, they really fucked Boimler out of everything. But it was kind of like this episode kind of solidified that he could have all that stuff and still not be happy because Mariner's not there, and I love that because it kind of gave a good reason for him to come back. So I really enjoyed that.
I mean, isn't that literally Boimler following Mariner's footsteps?
Yeah, but the whole thing
step.
is, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is I kind of like the whole, because when he got kicked off the Titan, that's a huge fucking downgrade, and it was they didn't really give anything except oh, he's back. This is more substance. This is what should have been there. I just wouldn't have been able to do it without you, kind of thing, And I love this whole I think he's starting to almost appreciate Mariner's like, insane adventures that just seem to happen at random, and I think he's starting to realize, well, shit, I always come out of it alive, so there's something there for it, And not to mention the whole chase scene was good. I love the animation through that whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And I love how they fixed that whole thing with the Dopplers, just insulting them. Like, everybody just talk mad shit to them. That'll fix the issue.
Get them mad.
No, but I like, this is my favorite episode of the season thus far.
All right. Thank you, Raina.
Is weak and it disgusts me. I don't even
Yes! The crowd has me now! Justin, how about you?
Oh, this was a great episode. First 3 episodes of the season were just kind of, blah. The last one was okay. This one just hit it out of the freaking park. It was, gotta love the Dopplers. That was just genius.
Duplers.
Absolute genius. Duplers, Dopplers. I mean, either which way, it was genius how they did it. Especially at the end where they dropped them into the party and was like, nope, here you go. It's your problem now. That's what you get. And seeing Shelby, they put Shelby as
Captain Shelby.
Captain Shelby, and her number 1 from the book. From the books. That is how they have it in the books. It's now canon.
Brief interruption, Justin. They don't do that sort of thing on a whim. They name dropped the Riker and the Titan before he showed up in the final episode. I am willing to bet that they are going to include Shelby and possibly the Excalibur later on this season. All right.
Well, my bet would be that they're going to also include a couple of the other captains that were there, because they name dropped. What was that dude that was DJing?
Okona.
Captain Okona, the outrageous.
The outrageous Okona is a fucking DJ.
That is the best Star Trek pun I have ever heard. Like, Okana's in there. This is outrageous. Like that.
He's not even in Starfleet.
He's a DJ.
Exactly. So that means he might show up sometime.
On Ross's note, with the theory of them including the Excalibur, if they're doing that, I want them to do this for 2 other ships. Like, well, it might be difficult to do it with 2, but they better do it with this one. They better canonize the USS Aventine.
Yeah,
I want the Vesta class canon. God damn it! Like, that is my favorite class of ship. Like, out of entirety of Star Trek. Like, I know it's not officially canon yet, but god damn it, that is my dream ship. Like, I just get it in there.
As long as they don't canonize the DS9, I hate the look of that station.
Well,
it looks like a gyroscope.
It's still there, considering that the next model they pulled out was Deep Space Nine.
True enough.
Wonderful it'll have as many problems as the actual station did.
Well,
Yes, it will have as many problems. It literally has a giant fucking shield window in the side of it.
Not to mention, did you see the brand of the model maker?
Was it round 1?
It was Quark.
Quark?
Oh, God.
Quark has diversified into model kits.
Well, of course. That like every time you see something Quark, whether it's in Star Trek Online or if it's in Picard, it's like a subsidiary of Quark Enterprises.
We'll start this
Quark
bid.
is everywhere.
We'll start this bid.
There was a Quark in the promenade at that starbase.
Come to Quark. Quark is fun. Don't walk, run.
Yes.
Who else was a little surprised that the model was functional?
I actually thought that was a really cool idea. Like, the fact that they actually had to like use mini little keys to eject the warp core, and I actually find this little detail absolutely hilarious. So go back to first season where episode 9, Crisis Point, right after Mariner like reprograms Boimler's program to do the movie thing and the credits are playing. There's a bit where Tendy's like, "Ooh, I've always wanted to be in a movie. Can I be the voice of the computer? I've always wanted red alert, red alert." the voice of the computer on the model is actually Tendy's voice actor. I thought that was just a very cute, subtle detail.
That's pretty awesome. Justin, did you have anything else to say?
No, I think that pretty much covered it. It's like, I hope this is a sign of things to come this season. From what we saw in the mid-season preview, which I'm sure we will talk about here in a bit, it looks like it's going to be great. It's a Constitution class. There's a fucking Constitution class coming up.
That explodes.
Yeah.
Greg,
well, that's actually a Constitution class.
Greg,
I mean, we saw the Miranda in the first teaser, and it was just a part of a holodeck program. Although I will say, I don't know if we talked about it when we reviewed the episode, but holy shit, did they recreate that bridge beautifully? It looked just like the Reliant.
Greg,
down to the Constitution status panelings in the background.
Yeah,
I'm trying, Greg.
Not to take us too far off topic, but John Broughton is working on Farragut Forward.
Yeah.
And he's building the armrests for the Farragut in the pressed aluminum, and it looks gorgeous.
Nice.
Yep.
I've lost
talking to
track.
John
Who hasn't said anything yet?
Greg hasn't said anything yet.
Greg? Well, he said a lot. He hasn't actually reviewed the episode yet.
Originally, Farragut Forward, they're going to be doing the actual, movie era set, and then paying some guidelines after. And it's just one.
Yeah. All right, Greg, let's hear it.
So this episode was trash. I absolutely hated it. Everything Raina said about What If, to replace What If with Star Trek.
All right, we got the meme out of the way.
Wrong. I mean, it's okay to be wrong.
It's okay to be wrong. What If, Raina?
It's okay to be wrong, Greg.
Don't you start screwing up names too, Justin.
I'm the absolute point in this universe. I'm never wrong.
Oh dear. I do, again, I hype on Boimler, so anytime Boimler's the focus of an episode, I like it. So it was fun to see him. I love the Blues Brothers run through the mall, or sorry, Starbase, but that was absolutely fun. They were not on a mission from God. They were on a mission for Brad to get into
and
that
data
party.
dolls. And data dolls.
I do like that there were some callbacks when they go through the mall. They plow through a stand of Antedians. We're not fish people. Then they go on, and of course, her friend is a Miserian, of all people who seems to be a weapons dealer, who do nothing but bow down to superior force. They always surrender. That's from TNG when they talk to Thal. Is that his name? I believe.
And a doppelganger.
The Duplers were basically just Zoldans. I mean, you just insult them and then they're happy. I was waiting for somebody to come around the corner and say, "I am Rondon, you filthy piece of whatever." And of course, takes them from duplicating back to single form organisms. It's like, you know what? That would have been like, Wesley nailed this Dupler issue way before Lower Decks in coming of age. I liked the Shelby name drop. I'm glad that she's officially not she wasn't, but she's officially captain of a starship of the Excalibur. And of course, god damn it, as Travis said, the pun, the outrage, the Okana's in there. That's outrageous. I'm like, god damn it, why? It would only made it
appearance
better.
of Okona in how long? 20-something years
Since season 2 of TNG. Yeah.
I thought Mariner name dropped him last season.
Definitely, she did.
Well, she name dropped him, but we actually saw him in this episode, and he had an eye patch.
Did he have an eye patch? I thought he had both eyes.
He had an eye patch.
He did? Okay. He probably ferrying more people to get married in secret.
So wait a minute. I feel like this is a thing we knew was going to happen anyway, but he misspoke when being interviewed and said Prodigy. And we all kind of agreed that he probably didn't mean Prodigy because of the way he's talking about the other characters.
What are we talking about here?
Wait, what?
But he didn't say anything.
The guy who plays the actor for Okona, like the live actor, was hired to voice act Okona, and in that interview he said Prodigy. But when he started describing the characters, we all agreed it sounded more like Lower Decks.
He didn't say anything in this episode, though, so
he might come back.
It,
Just like Shelby might.
True enough.
Shelby might. Mariner is the not Mary Sue of like problem solving. She's the Mary Sue of Star Trek references. Like she's apparently done it all. She's served with Worf on DS9. She knows Riker so well she calls him Will. It's like God damn it. And I was like, okay, Boimer and her going to that bar and then seeing Kirk and Spock's name, like, okay, number one, Boimer's her number one, but I'm like, Kirk and Spock carving their name on. I'm like, no, that's something Kirk would do, and he probably carved Spock's name in, and Spock going, that's illogical, Captain, or somewhere along those lines.
I mean, that's probably what happened.
I was like, oh god.
The bartender did say the blonde one did most of the drinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's about right.
Kirk was a bit of a booze hound. I mean,
yeah,
he had McCoy hold on to his stash of alcohol.
Drunk Kirk, hashtag. But on that note, I cannot help but find that very last shot of the episode as a very fitting way to end the episode right after celebrating the 55-year anniversary.
Oh yeah, at a bar or something like that.
Like seeing Kirk and Spock's name right next to Mariner and Boimler, it might seem insignificant to a casual viewer, but like right there, like after that, after the anniversary, it's just like, look how far Star Trek has come from there to here. And it's just like I said, when this show has genuine heartwarming moments,
I'm still waiting for those genuine heartwarming moments.
Oh, shut up, Greg.
It can succeed with flying colors. Like,
Travis, actually, bring that up because you can almost tell that Mariner's mom was, just looking at that. She's seen the name on their name's engraved on there and something clipped in her head, and it was like,
So, I will say this is probably my favorite Commander Ransom episode. I mean, he only said maybe 5 or 6 lines, but hey, it worked.
He took one for the team more than once in this episode.
He did. But sorry, Jerry O'Connell, Una, Jin, Riley will be the best number one of you two. Just saying. I mean, overall, I won't say I hate the episode. I just dislike it. But again, Boimer was a heavy focus, like he was. But again, I'm going to harp every time we review Lower Decks. Give us Boimer v. Boimer, end of the season.
Well, the fact that they name dropped William here tells me that we're likely going to be seeing him again. I'm happy for that, actually. I'm very happy that the transporter duplicate is not just a one-off gag just to get him back on there. Like I said, the beginning of this season very much felt like that disguised, subtle reset button. And so seeing that, hey, this incident that was a silly gag actually has weight here and might come, like, I have a feeling it's going to come back, and yeah.
You see a Borg Polymer come in the trailers for for the later half of the season, so we know.
It's got to be Brad v. William, Boimer, round 1. Winner gets the promotion and back on the Titan. So if William wins, he gets to stay on the Titan, keep the promotion. If Brad wins, he gets his promotion back and gets back on the Titan.
It would be fun. It would be funny to see them swap and have like Mariner have to deal with William.
Oh, so what would we got Parent Trap and Star Trek now?
I'd be down.
That would be interesting.
Well, I mean, because they tell the clones apart. So I mean, they went with that. They cannot tell transporter clones apart.
If they do go with the Brad Boimler versus Brad Boimler story, regardless of whether Boimler is Borgified or not, like the way I feel that they'll likely do it, because the show has a 3rd season coming. How I predict it is that this conflict will happen if the Titan is at all involved. I have a feeling that Riker might invite Brad back, and Brad actually might decline. He might willingly decline. I think that would actually be a really like nice way to just kind of give us some closure on that whole thing while, maintaining his place on the Cerritos in a more satisfactory manner rather than just like, oh, I'm back on the Titan and incident brings me back, Like, I feel it would be really nice and, again, kind of heartwarming just to see him say, like, I thank you for the opportunity, like Captain Riker. My place right now is here. That kind of thing.
Tuvix them.
He pulls a Far From Home.
Far From Home.
Boo,
Spider-Man.
boo.
Spider-Man.
Give it a minute.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh,
Travis.
Oh, Travis.
I've told you guys this for like weeks now. I don't have time right now. I am busy with this underrated episode countdown and stuff like that.
It's
alrighty,
a global
alrighty.
pandemic. The movie's been out for like 3 years.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing your thoughts on the episode. Let's wrap this up and get into the biggest of the biggest stories of today.
Wilson
That
Cruz.
is Star Trek Day.
Hit it.
On the 55th anniversary of the very first episode of Star Trek airing, CBS Paramount held a live event where they showcased all of the new stuff coming out for Star Trek, as well as some interviews and reflections from alumni who've come before. And to summarize what we got our first full trailer of Star Trek Prodigy. We got a full trailer for season 4 of Star Trek Discovery. We got a full cast announcement for Strange New Worlds, which has me super excited. We got a mid-season trailer for Lower Decks. And we got our next full trailer of Star Trek Picard and a lot of juicy tidbits there. So let's try and not let this take too much time. Let's try and make this a bit more rapid fire if we can. Round table.
Impossible.
Justin, what were your thoughts on the Prodigy trailer?
Fucking awesome. We finally got to see a little bit more of the ship, which was exactly how we all thought it was. We all figured it had a ramp, and that was the way it was loading. This one does not look like it's going to have a shuttle bay on it, however. It doesn't look like it's quite big enough. It's like just a larger version of a runabout almost, just by the looks of it. But, yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. So far, I'm loving the characters, and, yeah, it's going to be good.
Awesome. Greg.
I love the trailer. Janeway was my hook and sinker for this show, hands down. And just seeing her in the show and coming up, it's like, welcome to Starfleet. It's like, thank you, Janeway. The characters look really great. I love the interactions. I will say, D. Bradley Baker, I speak Murph. You ruined the season for me, but I won't tell anybody else.
Awesome.
I want to find out the reason why the ship's in the Delta Quadrant to begin with. I want to know the story behind that, because that's going to be...
Raina, let's hear it.
I love the score. The
Yes.
score was excellent.
Hydrate.
The characters all look really interesting and diverse and unique. I like how they all have personalities that, I love when shows illustrate that personality where it seems like they're all going to kind of clash in their own way, but at the same time, that's how they build off of their unity and what bonds them together. I will say that the best thing about it was the damn poster for the show. Like, I actually want that on my wall. It is solid.
Justin, tell me you have a picture of that poster.
No, I do not.
Slacking.
You're fired.
But yeah, I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Son.
I don't get hyped often, but I agree with Greg. Janeway sold me. I've seen my share of Wayward Crews. You have potential. Yeah, no, I laughed. I legitimately laughed at that. Like, I was rolling on the floor laughing. Like, for real, was rolling on the floor laughing at that. And I'm like, I have to watch this now. So, yeah, no, I look forward to it.
Sounds excited. That's a very good sign.
Yeah,
Travis and
I was
Lane?
like, holy shit.
You guys are gonna. You're making me get up to go get water. So you go next, then by Jason. By then I should be back.
Yes, I made him hydrate again. I am very much looking forward to Star Trek Prodigy. When we first saw this trailer, I was actually chatting with a few friends over in Discord, and I was actually streaming the panel through that. We had some pretty fun discussions that night, and they brought up something that I could not disagree more on. Like, unfortunately, like, admittedly, these people aren't like super close to like Star Trek news and everything, so they're not as in the know as a lot of people are. But like, one of the things that was said that I just could not disagree more on is that like they saw the Nickelodeon, and it's like, oh, this seems more geared towards kids. It's no, and everything like that, and it's like they didn't think it'd be serious. And I was just thinking to myself, like, The Last Airbender aired on Nickelodeon. That is one of the greatest cartoons out there. And I mean, like, I watched this and I was just getting vibes from, you know, things like Rebels and Bad Batch and just like enjoying it. And I'm telling you right now, like, I have there's a bit of an in-joke that I have with my circle of friends. We played Star Trek Risk back in the day a bit. And my friend Jake, he played Janeway's faction. And when he would make attack moves in Star Trek Risk, he would actually he did his best Kate Mulgrew Captain Janeway impersonation, and he would talk like this when dictating his moves. And when he made his attack moves, the way he did this like has always stuck with me to the point where I will actually like reference it now and then if I do like an episode analysis or whatnot. When he does his attack move, he would say in his Janeway impersonation, "Chakotay, pew pew." Like he would just like Chakotay, pew pew, and it stuck with me. And so seeing them like, look for the button that goes pew 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 pew, and there's like there is no button that pew pews. I'm like, okay, this is happening. Like I am going to Chakotay pew pew this to hell. I love it. I'm looking forward to it.
Was your friend's name Ensign Hickman?
No, my friend's name is Jake.
Jake,
Ross got that one. Thank you, Ross. You got that one.
32 ounces.
That's not enough. Travis is going to drink it all.
You're going to be peeing in the middle of the night.
I had to go make water.
Hey, Ross.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. There. Look at that. Just look at that.
If I may, it looks great. I think that's going to be probably. I don't know if that's going to be as big as the Defiant or smaller because like this, there's no shuttle bay, and I know their Star Trek is one for scale.
Light sword.
So it could be a very small ship. Maybe.
Oh, it certainly looks like it when we see it.
That's a light sword.
Before you move away from me, I gotta say this. I think I already know who my favorite character of this show is.
Janeway. Oh shit! No. Sorry.
Like love Janeway, but Murph is probably going to steal my heart.
Yeah, I'm with Travis. I'm with Travis on that one. It's gonna be Murph for me. My fiance Leia said the same thing. It's gonna be Murph.
Like, Murph is what I always fantasize Lane sounds like.
No, Lane sounds completely different. I don't know if you guys like saw the guy's voice actor spoiling Prodigy for us, and
yeah, I mentioned that.
Like seeing him like just straight up do it, I was like, wow, like.
Can you imagine?
Massive respect for voice actors everywhere who can pull off shit like that. Like I was just thinking to myself, like, Jesus Christ.
That's why I made the joke that Bradley Baker ruined Prodigy for me.
So the one thing I'm looking forward to most out of Prodigy is not any of the characters, like any of the main characters. I'm looking forward to a competent Chakotay story. Like
that's true. He did record lines for this.
Like I'm looking forward to actually having a Chakotay that is like an actual human being and not, hey, here's a stick figure of an Indian.
Yeah.
Jason, what did you think of
Oh,
Prodigy?
that's going to be a stain on Star Trek forever, right there.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Jason Mantzoukas. That's a funny man. He's a funny man. And he has a glorious beard. It looks great. I mean, I think I'm excited to, my son likes Lower Decks. He's not it's hard to get my son into Star Trek. He's not, I'm failing as a father. But he does like Lower Decks. So, maybe we'll get him into Prodigy and maybe that'll be a gateway drug into Voyager and then hopefully into Better Trek. I'm not saying Prodigy is not a better Trek. I'm not saying Lower Decks is a better Trek. I'm saying Voyager. But anyway.
Yes.
Well, at least it was not Enterprise.
Enterprise season finale?
Series finale. Yep, best episode of the series.
I gotta say, something that's kind of clicking to me now, with Prodigy's seeming reliance on, or at least inspiration from what came before in Voyager, the Voyager D or the Voyager J in Discovery kind of makes a bit more sense, like a subtle bit of allusion to what's to come.
Perhaps.
Let's take a moment to gush about the Protostar for a bit. We got a really good look at it in the title credit sequence that was released last week that we talked about briefly. But now that we've got another look at it in this trailer, I got to say, I am absolutely loving this ship. Justin, throw up that poster again.
When it goes to its warp, where it looks like it's going into warp, I just want to say, Travis, it has a third nacelle.
I mean, just look at that ship. It's sleek and shiny, and I love the curves on this thing. It's small, it's dynamic, it's definitely a hero ship, but it's also got this kind of energy to it that really lends itself to this crew of young people going out on an unknown adventure that we really haven't seen on a ship before. It's kind of hard to describe it. I also got to say, I like the hints of Star Trek Online's design that I'm seeing in this thing.
I was about to say, right where the deflector dish is, I'm reminded of the Odyssey class.
The Odyssey, damn it, what was the name of the destroyer? The veteran ship. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my the
Chimera.
The Chimera. Yes. Oh, what do you got now that we've gotten them? And the interior, it's so sleek and even more
advanced.
Yes,
it's definitely a newer ship past Voyager. So my guess is it's the transwarp experimental that got lost in the Delta Quadrant.
We're talking about that.
On behalf of Starfleet, welcome aboard.
So that would also make sense that this was a test ship, and that's why there's a Janeway hologram on board. Because of course they would have a Janeway hologram because the Delta Quadrant.
The emergency command hologram.
Exactly.
I really don't care where it came from or how it got there. I just love the ship.
If I may with the ship, when the title sequence, seeing it go into warp, when it transformable Autobots roll out. it just I like the design of the ship. It's going to be a little weird at first because it looks like it. I don't know why it looks like it turned upside down, then deployed the third nacelle. Yeah, but like just like I'm talking about, it very much looks like transwarp. It's probably going to get in there by an accident, and of course, I think the Janeway hologram has got to be some sort of command training hologram. I think
that's how it was described in the past.
So I watching all of this stuff for the ship. The way the nacelles go down to go to warp instead of up like Voyager's did, and the fact that it's got like this third nacelle hidden in what we would think of normally as like the hull of the ship,
Can somebody give me a still of the third nacelle? I must have missed that.
I don't think it's third and cell.
If there was one, let me see if I can find it.
It reminds me. It almost feels like this is Janeway getting back to the Federation, and them suddenly trying to design a ship, an experimental ship, on everything they learned from that Dauntless ship.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least, right there.
Ooh,
But the Dauntless was
okay,
slipstream,
yeah.
not.
Yeah, it was right. Jason's right.
It was slipstream, not transwarp, and
Sure,
they experimented with slipstream, right? And that was timeless.
They're also experimenting with transwarp too.
well, the Federation's always experimented with transwarp.
Ever since the
Always.
Excelsior.
The
So
Excelsior
well,
technically had a
from one
transport
surge
drive.
into another.
But yeah, now that you made that connection, it does kind of remind me of the Dauntless.
Mm-hmm.
It would make sense. I mean, they built an
Including the
experimental
bridge.
ship based on technology Voyager brought back. So,
Well, no, the
Dauntless-
bridge of the Dauntless.
bridge
No,
is,
the bridge of the Dauntless had no seats whatsoever, and it had like that little round orb core, almost like it was
It
the
had a-
fucking Ferengi bridge.
It had a captain's chair and a
had a
helm
chair,
station
yeah.
in the front.
yeah. And it had a stations with chairs in the back too.
It was also very beige.
Well, it was basically a redressed Star Trek 5/6 bridge. And if you look, you can see the paneling in the background. All it does is swap stuff
Well,
around.
Travis,
was-
check the Facebook chat.
It was
Oh. Travis.
beige. It was beige because they wanted to get away from all the green inside Voyager.
I thought that's shuttle
Cell,
bay.
or if that's
Here, I'm sorry,
Hang
sending
on.
a better one. There you go. You'll see the third nacelle right there.
Add overlay. Go.
maybe, or is that the deflector dish?
So here's
Well,
I'm putting a copy or a photo of
I get
a
you.
link
I
I'm
to
think I
a
saving it.
photo
I'm
of
saving
the
it
Dauntless
too.
Bridge.
But yeah, no, during what was it, the opening? Yeah, the opening. Yeah, that hull opens up. That little bit pops out, and
Mhm.
that's how it goes even faster at warp.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks
Oh,
like
it's
it
got
has
to be a
warp,
third
and
nacelle.
then
If
it has
I may, are we
transport.
finally going to get Federation Space Warp 13?
Well, I
Very
mean,
close.
look what literally happened when it pops out and goes full power. The
Mhm.
ship goes from being at warp to like
How, son?
instantly being at warp 10.
Well, they probably redid the warp scale again, just like they did at the in between TOS and TNG.
Yeah.
It probably gets a little like annoying to just go. It can go warp 9.999999999999998.
Going.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you got to
Right.
remember with they still use their normal warp scale. They just have transwarp, and at transwarp they're counting those higher numbers because you can't physically reach warp 10, but you could kind of cheat with the transwarp thing.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, ship. Who else? I'm not going to do the Enterprise, the Red Mona video again, but who else wants to talk about the ship?
Jason, this one doesn't blow up. I'm just letting you know. I don't think it does.
Maybe it does. Who knows? Season
Episode
season
2.
like the season 2 penultimate whatever episode.
What about we've got a bit more insight into the characters, and we've heard their voices for the first time.
Yep.
What do you guys think about that? Let's start with Jason.
Jason Mantzoukas.
Travis?
Ironically, I think the character I'm most looking forward to seeing, first of all, like, is the pilot episode's antagonist. When I see that guy, like, give me my ship back, I was like, all right, I'm looking forward to seeing that guy. I have no idea if he might be like a recurring antagonist or if he's just a one-off, but like, I'm sold on him. Like, I just had this strange, like strange liking of him for some reason.
A strange energy, if you will.
Apparently, he's the Silver Girl's father. I can't remember her name though.
Gwen.
Yeah. He is Gwen's father.
I do love I love the concepts behind all of our characters. I am eager to see them in action. I love how out of their element they seem. Again, that guy saying "Where's the pew 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 button?" Like push all the buttons until it goes pew pew pew, and we have phasers, baby.
I think that was Doll. I guess one of the kids.
I am just I'm looking forward to seeing
Tellarite.
I'm looking forward to seeing just how well these people how they build off one another, how they mesh, how they work together. Seeing as how Jane was I've seen my fair share of wayward crews. You have potential. I'm looking forward to seeing what their journey is like, and the sky's the limit right now. So,
all right, thank you, son.
So more than just hearing their voices, we got to feel their personalities. Even in those little bits that we got, you can clearly understand their personalities. And I have a bit of a George theory at the moment.
Ooh, let's hear it.
So you guys keep bringing up the whole experimental ship accidentally lost in the Delta Quadrant. No. Yeah, sure, experimental ship, but it was supposed to arrive at the Talaxian colony because it was supposed to be the Federation onboarding the Talaxians to the Federation officially.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
Jan Kumpak, Jason Mazuka's character, is he? He's a Talaxian, isn't he? What did they say his species was?
He's a Tellarite, isn't he?
He's a Tellarite?
Yeah, I thought so, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's why I think they got sent out. The ship got sent out with a crew, and they got captured.
Yeah, there are three
descendants.
There are 3 Alpha Quadrant species on this crew. You got the Tellarite, you've got the Medusan, and you've got the Brickar.
Yeah. Okay.
And they're also Starfleet members. So that's my thinking.
I don't know about the Brickar. They were featured in a few of the books, but they were never established. They haven't been established in canon as being a part of Starfleet yet.
Tellarites are officially Federation, though.
Yes, they were one of the founding members. But we've only seen the Medusans once, and that was in TOS.
And then, but in the books, there was a Medusan admiral. But
right. But that was the books, so we'll see how they handle them now that we're being introduced to them in canon again.
So yeah, that's
any other thoughts,
theory. That's my George theory. Other than that, I like the way that they're going with the ship's design and all that kind of. I don't know how they're going to introduce Chakotay unless they do a whole lot of canonization in which Chakotay is actually part of Starfleet intelligence because they get back in contact with Starfleet.
Akuchi Moya.
We are far from the lands of my grandfathers.
No.
What do you need, Captain? A snippet of wisdom from my ancestors? A quote? An axiom?
Coffee.
A tidbit of wisdom?
Black.
She's the only person I knew that.
all the Borg characters later on.
She's the only person I know that ever tried to kill her spirit animal.
Okay, that's it. That's something that has to happen in the episode. Somebody asks her what she needs, and she says coffee black. And literally a holographic cup just shows up on wherever she's standing, and she just grabs it. That's something that has to happen.
I've got
at least one. At least one. It may not be holographic coffee. It may be holographic coffee, but it's just good.
Yeah, it's gonna be holographic coffee.
Of course.
In the bent mug that she used.
I'm just saying, once I get my Janeway replica coffee mug, I'm gonna fucking be using that all the time on this show.
You still haven't found
there's coffee in that Nebula mug, and I will definitely be using it.
Who's running perks for that?
Oh, guys!
I'm
Speaking
not
of,
sure. but I actually got my backer kit survey about a week or two ago. So yeah,
but you should have gotten your perks way before now.
Like they said that the mugs wouldn't be shipped out until like November of this year, so they're fine as far as I'm concerned.
So speaking of weird Star Trek designed like drinking things, the snake bottle for Kanar, right?
Yes.
That was for a wine that was
Star Trek
produced
wines
in Europe. No. That was the actual bottles that they used were for a wine, because the bottoms of those bottles were had that Italian kind of or that Mediterranean like thatching stuff, on the bottom of wine bottles.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually saw I saw someone who like filmed their wine store experience, and they picked up one of those bottles of wine because the wine store actually had those. They don't make those bottles anymore. The Star Trek wines folks actually had to go to the original designers to recreate that bottle for the Star Trek wines. So that's an old ass bottle of wine.
I'll say. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Raina, let's hear from you.
I love Gwen's design and voice actress so much. Like, she's fantastic. And just a short thing, she was actually a voice actress that had just done a book that I was listening to, an Audible book. And she's got a great voice. I always love the dynamic where one of the the protagonists are related to the villain. I have always loved that dynamic because there is so much you can do with it. And honestly, like, each one of the characters' designs is great. Unfortunately, I was kind of in and out, missing the listening to everyone's voice presentation. But if I had to pick two off the top, it's going to be Murph and Gwen. Like, they're the two characters that I'm most excited to see what comes from it. And not to mention, I think someone had mentioned that Gwen is a new race to Star Trek.
Yes.
Like, she comes from, I was going to say, like, that's going to be interesting. But yeah, I like the designs of the characters. The bad guy had that very fucking Romulan feel from the first Abrams film. I know I just watched that recently, so maybe that might be bleeding into everything now because I can't get that bad taste out of my mouth. But hey, I'm just saying I got some vibes like that. I'm down, man. Like, I am in it, and not to mention it's going to be the first Star Trek show I can watch live with you guys. So very excited for that.
Awesome. Thank you, Raina. Greg.
As far as characters go, Janeway is a shoo-in for all of us, I'm pretty sure. I'm definitely looking forward to Dahl, Brett Gray's character. I feel he's going to be more or less kind of the glue that holds everybody together. Like, the way he just acts with everybody, he's very much like, hey, do this. Like, he's going to get along with everybody. And definitely looking forward to Gwen. Ella Purnell, I loved her in, oh my God, Zack Snyder's zombie movie. I forgot the name of it. Okay, anyway.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the title.
Damn it. Anyway, but I loved her in that one. Pure smartass attitude in that one. I'm pretty sure we're getting more smartass attitude, but she's also going to be very closed off. And I think her and Janeway are going to be like B'Elanna and Janeway. She's going to not break her, but she's going to teach her certain things, and her and Janeway are going to be inseparable. So that's definitely the dynamic I'm going to look forward to. Of course, Murph, D. Bradley Baker is a legend. And I'm pretty sure Ross might have said this, or even Justin going after me, but Rock Talk. Looking forward to her.
Yes.
Riley, I can't pronounce her last name, but I know her name's Riley. Rock Talk is gonna be great.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. I think that's gonna be a very unique character because it's a rock. My God, we've never had that before in Star Trek, at least not as a main cast member. So that's definitely something that's new.
I saw that guy was getting like the Quark vibes, like, hey, we're all going to get on my spaceship and we're going to get you out of here.
I got a rock.
Yeah, she's going to be fun. And Justin.
Yes.
Anything more?
No, yeah. I mean, so far, I think we got a taste of the music of what they're going to be using for the show, and it sounds fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. I hope, you know, that's a big expectation. So far, it's looking quite promising. This is going to be like Lower Decks. As much as fun as it is, that's going to be the show that's going to be fun for folks. It's going to be the show that's kind of like in between. It's got a little bit of everything for everybody, but still Star Trek. So
Travis was making that point earlier, and I was going to harp on this just for a quick minute. That Prodigy is very much, and this is from the producer. I know we saw Star Trek Day. It is aimed at kids, but they also strictly say it's for everybody to enjoy. So yeah, I'm gonna be an adult. Every Trekkie though should be, but an adult that's gonna enjoy a Nickelodeon cartoon. Screw you.
Well, I mean, they're aiming it towards Voyager fans. Those of us that want
Voyager fans and Voyager fans, they want to get younger kids, so they're aiming for the 8 to 10-year-old kids. And I'm like, that's great. And of course, but then we're gonna sit here and geek out over because Janeway #1, and then a new crew.
Exactly. I mean, of course. I mean, we're nerds. Of course, we're going to geek out over real details. Who gives a shit if it's a kid's show? It's still going to be fun.
There's something I read as this information was coming out is that it's easy to discount something when it's described as a kid's show. You think something simple, like in context when you think Paw Patrol, which is engaging, but I'm not the target audience.
Right.
Star Trek Prodigy is a show that is geared for kids, but it's a show whose audience is going to be much broader. From what Kate Mulgrew has said and others who are involved, this isn't a show that pulls punches. It's a show that is going to start important conversations that is presented so kids can understand it and you can have those conversations.
She wouldn't have done this if it was anything other than that.
Right. So this is an all ages show, but it's meant to appeal to children as well as adults.
And the people freaking out about that. Look at past Nickelodeon shows like when they did Land of the Lost or Salute Your Shorts.
Or Clone Wars and Rebels.
Yeah, those are aimed at kids.
And Rebels were Cartoon Network, but still.
This isn't going to be SpongeBob SquarePants.
Exactly.
No, exactly.
Again, Last Airbender, perfect example.
Yes, Legend of Korra.
M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender.
Nickelodeon is capable of doing some really good content. It does not just aim for little kids. They have separate, stuff that they have stuff for the little kids. They have stuff for the kids in our adults, I guess, for the older crowd. I mean, they got something for everybody. It's not going to be a little kid show by any means. I mean, it's still going to be Star Trek.
It's also coming from Hidden Hideout.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
like it's still coming from Kurtzman.
Secret
right?
Hideout.
Secret Hideout. It's still coming from
Kurtzman. Yep, go ahead, finish.
It's still coming from the people who run Star Trek, right? Like it's this idea that it's going to be something, juvenile. You watch Lower Decks, it's not Rick and Morty, right? Like it's just not. Even though it's written by some of the writers from Rick and Morty, it is Star Trek. Prodigy will be a show that is geared towards a younger audience that is uniquely Star Trek that adults will enjoy.
You mean Kurtzman isn't fired this week?
He was fired this week. He's only 2 pull punches away from a free year fired ice cream.
I have super secret information that I'll tell you, but you guys can't tell anyone because
tell who?
You guys can't tell anybody. I heard from a friend of a friend who has a roommate who knows a guy who knows another guy who kind of knows one of the producers. And apparently they're having these super secret meetings in the Paramount lot about how they want to just get Kurtzman out. And what they're going to do is they're going to put they're going to put a pill in his coffee. And then they're going to do the switcheroo with Seth MacFarlane. and it's like,
And
it made better sense when I was thinking about it in the mirror, and it made better sense when I had the skin hat on. I don't know.
Never change.
Okay.
Never change.
I try.
I don't know.
All
if I
right,
can
moving
deal with this
on. We
Yes.
spent a lot of time on
that. So, I mean, I guess the Kurtzman being ousted thing was
Moving on.
We've spent a lot of time on Prodigy, and we're starting to veer way off topic, and we have so much more to talk about, and I would like to sleep tonight. So let's move on to the second. We got some information on Discovery, nothing we haven't already heard before, although we did get some fun interaction between actors' names are escaping me because I'm brain farting so bad.
Cruz, Ian Alexander,
Belle de
who looked
Mario,
absolutely fabulous.
Blue de Barrio. There we go.
It was also fabulous.
Yeah, sorry.
There was a lot of fab on that stage.
Yeah, like
Blue could have dressed better.
Like I kind of touched base on this earlier in a post, but like seeing them like being interviewed and sharing the stage, like one of the big things I love about these three in particular is just such like I love just how much energy they have brought to positive representation of the LGBTQ community in Star Trek in the last few years. Like, it has long been said that this kind of representation is long overdue, but seeing just how much passion they have brought forward into making it the best that they can possibly be and everything like that is just heartwarming. Like, I absolutely love what these actors are doing in that regard. And one of the things that really just kind of irked me when I was watching their interview was that I made the mistake of looking at the YouTube live chat.
Oh my God.
And there was some very deplorable statements that were being made.
Here, well, I'll just say homophobic comments.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will have to say that because of him sending people over to the channel, Robert Myers Connect has been banned from the main Star Trek accounts because he was doing his live show sending people.
Say what?
Yeah, it didn't take long either.
I have no idea what that's all about, but like
he was the cause of that.
Like seeing like this is like after seeing that, it only strengthened like why I believe that representation matters. Like I hope that they never stop. I don't think they ever would, but I hope that they just keep pushing this. Like I understand that we are all like here because we love a fun, geeky sci-fi show about the future and spaceships and fun action and diplomacy and exploration and discovery and everything. But like Star Trek for the last 55 years has helped push social boundaries, push for normalization of tolerance and diversity. And seeing them continue to do this with the LGBTQ community, it's what they've been doing the best for the last 55 years. And seeing people like try and push back against that is like, it's very much why I believe that, like, just keep on saying, like, this matters. Like,
not to interrupt you, but I seen on Twitter today where Wilson was like, you had a picture of him smiling, like, they're up there smiling and trying to do that while people were doing the same thing in the audience.
There was a guy
you were hollering home with slurs, and
I just
they probably
I just don't get it. How can you be a Star Trek fan and be like that?
It takes all kinds. There's a lot of different kind of people in the world.
Wasn't there a saying growing up, if you don't have anything to say, just don't say it at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I bash Lower Decks all the time.
And so yeah, like
that's different.
As I said, it's a positive thing that Star Trek has going for it right now. I hope they do not stop. I will only continue to further support like this kind of representation, because this is a section of people that have been criminally overlooked for far too long. They are just as human as any one of us. To belittle them, to say that you don't care what they like, how they live their life. Like, I know that some people say that trying like in this, like, I don't care if you're gay, straight, like I understand like some might be trying to say like, look, it's cool, but like saying that they don't care, like just it's subtly, like, you may not be intending it to come across this way, but it is basically you brushing aside the struggle and the hurt that so many people of this community have gone through for decades, for centuries. And when I see people like saying like, oh, I just wish they wouldn't shove it down our throats all the time, like, what have we been like, what has this show been doing for the last 55 years with men and women? Like, these are people too.
If I may, thing, I have to cut you off here because I got to say something, and this is where it's coming from. The problem with people today is they don't want the status quo to fucking change. But let me tell you something, people. It's 2021. And there's going to be visibility. And I'm so glad that they're putting it in. Like, look, it's going to fucking be here. You don't like it, don't watch it. They need to be like that because it's stupid that we're changing things. We don't want it shoved down our throat. Coming from the guy who is supporting Marcus Phoenix and, you know, Master Chief and generic hero white man number 349, like, come on. You could have a little diversity. It's not going to fucking kill you. And as far as Star Trek goes, you have such a legacy where it's like, I don't like these characters in Discovery. Bitch, you got 7 other fucking shows to watch before this, so what are you complaining about? Like, there's something for everyone, and they need to do it more. That's all I want to say is visibility is important. Fuck what people think. Do it anyways. Don't let people scare you.
And I think that's exactly what they were saying on stage and exactly what they were saying about how Discovery is doing it going forward. Which I'm glad to see. There's still a lot to talk about. I'm sorry if you guys have more to say. But we've got a lot to talk about.
Move on. That Wilson Cruz, though.
Yeah, Wilson Cruz is a very sexy man. Yes. Strange New Worlds.
We still haven't gotten a fucking trailer for it.
We got the next best thing.
Yes.
We've got a full cast announcements.
And they stole the action
characters that are going to be in this show.
Correction. We did not get a full cast announcement. We got a bridge crew announcement.
Principal cast.
We got a main cast. We got a main cast announcement.
So the
principal, yeah, there we go.
Out of my sales right there.
I am very much like I've got some things to say on this. Like,
so we have, of course, Captain Pike. Number 1, a.k.a. Commander Una. Dayton Ward, you fucking did it again.
Commander Riley.
Yeah, she has her last name now as well, so...
Yes,
awesome.
Una Shin Riley. Number 1 has a name, and it's number 1. Una. It's the name that Dayton and other officers have given her in the books.
Yeah.
The influence is there, people. We got Spock, of course, but new characters. We have Cadet Nyota Uhura is on the Enterprise, a fun parallel to the Kelvin universe, and her what was the quote? My unqualified desire to serve on the USS Enterprise. In Prime, she's there as a cadet.
Yes,
she was there with Spock. Holy shit!
Will there be fireworks between them?
Oh god,
that's what I'm wondering.
I doubt it.
This is supposed to be emo Spock.
This is leaning towards the George theory being true.
What was his theory about that?
We see Kirk at one point.
It's a possibility. It's certainly a possibility. We have Nurse Christine Chappell is back. The character is back.
With the white hair.
With the white hair and a disco-style white uniform. Right, we have Dr. Umbenga from TOS.
This I'm the most looking forward to.
Mm-hmm. We have and Laan Noonien Singh.
I am
a daughter or
very
descendant
curious.
of fucking Khan.
I am very curious about this.
I don't know, but the last name is there.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, like, here's how. This is my. I hope they touch base on that. Like, chances are they're likely going to. But like, I am like very fascinated by this because if they, you know, do touch base on like her potential ancestry and you know realize, oh, you are a descendant of one of the most feared tyrants of the 21st century, like, I'm very curious if there will be some stigmas around her.
Here's the thing. They didn't show her in any type of a uniform. They just
She
showed
was wearing a red shirt.
She was.
Yeah.
She's a crew member. She's not a villain.
Well,
guys,
one at a time, guys. Come on.
Okay, so you guys are thinking forward to Space Seed when we literally have what 3 or 4 episodes of Enterprise that deal with this crap.
I mean that.
Yes and no. Eric is a Sung after all.
Yeah, but like.
No. Sung released the ones that they still had in cryostasis. Remember?
Right. And they all got
So you literally have the other ones that are still in cryostasis.
Yeah, because this is before Space Seed, so they aren't fully aware of. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
They don't even know Ricardo Montalban is still out there.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying bring Khan in. Like, I don't like. I'm more concerned about like what I'm saying is like if they, you know, someone does a little digging like to see like, hey, are you like a descendant of this person? Like, I'll be completely honest. If they have a Khan-centric episode, I'll probably be not very ecstatic for it.
I don't think they'll go with a Khan episode, but the choice of that name is deliberate.
Yeah.
So
they'll go all in the history of it. I bet they expand it.
I would
something that specific. It's got a thread, and they are most definitely going to tug on it, and we'll see what unravels. That was the most mind blowing thing for me from this reveal. My jaw hit the deck, and I didn't pick it back up until we were halfway through the Lower Decks mid-season trailer.
Has anyone lost their shit on social media yet about it?
Oh, plenty of people, I'm sure. We've also got a Lieutenant Erica Ortegas,
yes,
and a Ensign Hemmer. So we've got quite a diverse cast.
Guys, one at a time. Let Ross finish real quick.
There is a lot of potential with this cast, just with the cast alone, and knowing that they're doing something of a mix of episodic and serialized story. We have the potential of getting some really interesting character development. And with what we know of Pike already, with his foreknowledge of his fate, I'm really excited to see where this show goes. How about you guys? Let's start with Sun.
So first point, the Andorian is an Anar. The albino Andorians.
Yes.
Really rare albino Andorians.
It is about damn time we got a main character Andorian.
I actually am really looking forward to this more because I want the people who are mad, who want this kind of thing, to enjoy it. Because all of this stuff, all of the hate for Discovery and all of this stuff, here you go. This is the show you wanted. Enjoy it.
It is.
This is the show you wanted. Take it. If you don't like it, then I can't do anything for you. But this is the show. This is sure, but there are people on the other side who complain just as much about other shit. I want people to enjoy Trek. I want as many people to enjoy Trek as possible. And if that means that an entirely separate show like Strange New Worlds is created to bring back that old episodic, monster of the week, situation of the week feel of Star Trek, cool. Because I know I enjoyed that. And if that appeases a whole bunch of people that didn't like Discovery or Picard, I'm glad. Because it means you guys can come back and we can all be rational and we can all enjoy Trek and we can talk about Trek again without biting each other's heads off all the fucking time about what Trek is bad because of this, that, or the other.
I sincerely hope that is the case.
Disco sucks.
I fear, however, that a lot of these people have already made up their minds and it's not going to change anything. We might win over a few people, but
I'm expecting this to win over a few. I'm expecting this to win over a lot of people, but then we'll see.
I'm hopeful, but I fear that there's still going to be a significant, a small but loud subset of people who have already determined that they're not going to like it, and when it comes out, they're just going to look for excuses to dislike it.
My name is Calamity Penis. I have a toilet bowl.
No need to get that specific.
There are people out there who have decided that they don't like Alex Kurtzman for whatever reason. The aforementioned Star Trek person who was blocked by CBS this week for Paramount Plus, Star Trek on Paramount Plus earlier this week, right? The rumor mongers who were crying bitter tears earlier this year when Alex Kurtzman was signed to another 5-year extension to his.
You mean fired for another 5 years?
But I think that's what it is. Alex Kurtzman could convince what's his name to come back and play Ben Sisko. He could bring back the DS9 Avery Brooks, and he could rewrite he could bring back the DS9 writers room. The people who hate Alex Kurtzman would still hate Alex Kurtzman. It's this. I mean, that's the day, the time we live in. It's
sad.
It's polarization for the sake of polarization.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
If I may,
here's the thing. You're going to have those people. Absolutely, you're always going to have those people because that hate that they make generates clicks. And the only thing that you can do to combat that is to make the show that they keep talking about, like Strange New Worlds. And do you know what's going to happen? All of that viewership, all of those people who are moderate on the issue and believe that kind of shit because they see it over and over and over again in their feeds, are going to go, "You're lying to me. I watched the show. I like the show. Bye." And that is the best thing that could ever happen to them.
If I may, so going off my personal reaction with Strange New Worlds, when Discovery was announced, I lost my collective shit. I was so happy for another show to come to Star Trek, and Disco personally disappointed me beyond words. But Strange New Worlds, the episodes I tell her with Disco were with Anson Mount as Pike in season 2. So Strange New Worlds, I am heavily looking forward to. The confirmation of going back to episodic when they did Star Trek Day and they're looking over the Twitter feed, that blew up the Twitter when they're like, "Oh, we're going back to episodic storytelling. We'll have serialized character arcs as how it was done in TNG, DS9, Voyager, and so on." Their Twitter was blowing up at that point. I'm like, that's great.
DS9.
Yeah, I said TNG, DS9, Voyager.
DS9 was the first to do serialized stories.
Serialized and episodic.
Voyager and TNG didn't really do that too much.
Yeah.
It was more hit or it was far more. It was
hit and miss.
Few and far between, if that makes sense.
Well, Voyager kind of did it in season 7, but they were way too heavy on
the only character that really got fleshed out in TNG was Data. Was the only character that had growth.
Worf got reset with
Worf.
No, Worf didn't grow until he got to Deep Space Nine.
I mean, Worf got reset at least twice on TNG.
And Geordi was the Miles O'Brien of TNG.
And you don't get in Deep in Voyager, the only characters that actually grew were the Doctor and Seven. So the non-human characters who learned to become more human, like that, I mean, that's the reality of those shows. They just didn't have, characters who you saw progression on. I mean, Harry
Torres.
Well, that's also on the tail end of there is no interpersonal conflict in Trek.
Right.
That continued into TNG.
I really hate that Andorian.
So but going back to the Strange New Worlds casting, definitely looking forward to Majel Barrett having her iconic roles be played by two different actresses. I am very, very much looking forward to, as much as I love Pike and Anson Mount's portrayal of him, I am very heavily looking forward to Rebecca Romijn. She's been a favorite actress of mine since Mystique. And she absolutely kills it. She doesn't age, so she is Mystique.
Three characters.
The
computer voice. Majel Barrett was the computer voice in several episodes.
No, you're right. That's a story for another time because I'm mad they don't use her voice still.
There's a reason for that.
She recorded a whole library for it, but
yes, but then you'd have to continue to pay the estate.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, definitely for Rebecca Romijn, and then of course Christine Chapel. This is exciting for me because Kirk was great, but we have Spock, so we get the pre-Kirk Star Trek. Now, of course, that's what Disco was, but it's like we get to see the Enterprise without Kirk. Like the Kelvin universe didn't do that. We have the Enterprise, no Kirk. We have a very young Spock. We have
Shouty Spock.
We have a very young Uhura. So this is going to be the Trek we want and the Trek we deserve. So it's like we'll see, and I'm pretty sure everyone here is looking forward to it. So
here's what
on the note of Uhura and Christine Chapel, I actually kind of wanted to touch base a bit more on this one. Because one of the big things I was personally looking forward to when it came to Strange New Worlds was seeing a crew that we had only gotten the briefest glimpse of in a rejected pilot episode finally get some screen time. And I was curious about how they would approach that. I did not in a million years think that they would actually be bringing on Uhura and Christine Chapel. And I was surprised, but as it sunk in with me, I found myself getting more and more excited, and here's why. Some of you may recall back in March, I talked to in the big Star Trek group, I talked about some of the better female protagonists in all Star Trek for a month, and I talked about Uhura, and one of the things, a lot of what was talked about was just kind of how she kind of broke a mold for people of color and had a lasting impact in that. But one of the things that is really unfortunate of Uhura as she stands right now is that she doesn't really do a heck of a whole lot in her entire run in Star Trek. There will be an episode that I'm going to be talking about this month in the underrated category that actually does focus on her, spoiler alert. But outside of that, she at one point, I don't remember who said this, but she was very much a glorified person who answered the phone for the entire show. I
remember that comment. I remember that one.
And she just never really got any stories surrounding her. And so seeing this show say, look, we're going to take this iconic character and do something with her, give her more. I am ecstatic to see what they might do with Uhura to further flesh out this character. And the same goes for Christine Chapel, because Christine Chapel really didn't do a heck of a whole lot either. She has her moments, but there is no Christine Chapel-centric story. So
Travis,
what?
This goes with my George theory. We didn't figure that we're getting two iconic characters on this show. We have Chapel and Uhura. So what if they actually do the anthology series, but with Strange New Worlds? We have Pike. We have the Pike
was I
crew.
saying?
As they grow old, and we see what happens to Pike, and then we change over to Kirk and crew, and we grow with them.
No,
I don't think so.
that. Now, what
we didn't think we were going to get Pike.
Let's wrap this. We're running short on time. Let's wrap this discussion up. But I want to carry on from what Travis was saying about Uhura. We got a lot of good stuff with Uhura in the Kelvin films, and I'm hoping we see parallels of that in the show. And of my favorite moments of Uhura and Chapel, it was in the animated series when the sirens took enraptured all the men.
Just don't give us multiple wharfs and we'll be fine.
No, not again.
Like I said, I am ecstatic to see what these two characters who were, supposed to be main characters in the original series, but not often the focus, finally get some stories of their own, some much better history than what we see. Because with Christine Chapel, she was a nurse for McCoy, and after that, the most we know about her is that eventually she went.
She was Yeoman first, what is she?
Or was that somebody else? I can't remember.
You might. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Colt.
I'm thinking of the Yeoman, not Christine Chapel.
Yeoman Colt.
No, Yeoman.
It'd be interesting to see if she comes back as a guest star.
Janice Rand.
Yeah.
Rand.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
That's the TOS. Okay. All right. We've very excited, very, very excited for all the possibilities of Strange New Worlds. The mid-season trailer of Lower Decks promises a lot more of the same stuff. I don't know if we can go into any more on this than we haven't already said in our reviews of Lower Decks so far. Let's just simply ask if you guys are excited about the future of Lower Decks' current season based on this trailer.
You be quiet, Greg. Yes.
Mirror universe.
Borg Boimer.
I'll say this. I'll say this. This isn't negative. When we see the Constitution and Boimer Borg in the trailer, I think those are going to be simulations or dream. The Constitution is going to be a dream. I think Boimer Borg is going to be simulation, and then Borg is going to be a dream. It's just going to be, but it's going to be fun, but it's going to be a dream and simulation probably.
How do you get so much entertainment from listening to Seth MacFarlane talk shit about his digital wife for fucking 2 seasons straight? Doesn't that shit get tiring? No. I like the Orville, but it's how can you suck that show off so much? God.
Because
Disco burn, my bro.
Disco pissed me off.
So it's Lower Decks' fault that Disco pissed. Oh Jesus.
Calm down. Let's talk about Picard.
So I look forward to the characters being more character driven. I know Travis just went on this whole thing about discovery and representation and stuff. And I agree with that. But also, a character is not going to be good if you don't have a story for the character and you make their representation the story and just the story and only the story.
Well,
that's why a lot of those characters always seem to fail to live up to expectations. It's because the representation becomes the story instead of the character being a story.
Well, you can't look at a character like Hugh Colbert and Paul Stamets or Adira Tal and say that they are anything like Travis Mayweather. They are not token characters. Travis Mayweather in Enterprise is the token black guy.
I'm not disagreeing.
I think I'm just going to have to disagree and say whether it benefits.
Let's bring this back to Lower Decks.
I think visibility is important in general. It doesn't matter if it makes the character or not. It doesn't fucking matter if it defines them or not.
So, Ross, leading us.
Yes. Yes. Let's bring it back to Lower Decks. The future of the...
Oh, crap.
Ross is typing.
Okay, so who would like to say more about Lower Decks? Justin, you have anything else to say on Lower Decks?
I'm excited to see what they're going to do with the Constitution. We know we're going to blow it up. It's got to be some with Rutherford tinkering around in the simulations because we see him messing with the old style warp core. So,
You know what? Here's what I'll say about Lower Decks. I am glad that finally we have someone like Mike McMahon who can put together a world-class, awesome Star Trek show to show someone like Seth MacFarlane and No Talent as Clown that Star Trek comedy can be done and done well. And it can be original. And
Seth MacFarlane is better at it with Orville.
Huh? Oh, yeah, whatever.
Before we get back into that rabbit hole, I want the final word on Lower Decks.
Brandon, what about you with Lower Decks? What are you looking forward to?
Still 2 things that need to be done. Want more Badgie. We need to see fucking
Badgie's
Ops.
coming back. Badgie's coming back.
Yes to both. Yes to both. Ops. All right, and our final.
Well, apparently they're supposed. I know it wasn't shown in like the trailer, but like for some strange ass reason, they kept mentioning it in other places. A potato is supposed to be an important thing.
I
don't know.
I gotta love how every single bit of interview they did with Lower Decks kept getting derailed by the most random things.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the
Hedgehog.
They did that intentionally.
I know they did. Still,
they're going to have something that's little and blue and fast, but not Sonic.
I mean, if you wanted to turn me off from watching a Star Trek property, those interviews are it.
Let's talk about the
hilarious.
Let's go.
All right,
Ross.
let's take it into the final bit of news from Star Trek Day, and that was the latest trailer from Star Trek Picard. A full trailer, not just a teaser this time. We got to see Q. We got to see Picard. We got to see all the motley crew he's assembled from the La Sirena. And probably the best opening line of all of this. Q, I'm far too old for this bullshit.
Snap.
And Q going, fuck you. Ping.
Time has been broken. Like, wow. Picard and company have been transported into a not the mirror universe, but a totalitarian Starfleet where Jean-Luc Picard is the great leader.
By the way, I like to
Starfleet is red. It's full dystopia, and they have to go back in time to the modern day for some reason to fix it.
And I like to say, I told you so. I fucking called this because as soon as we saw Q in it, I knew it was going to be the trial never ends, and everybody's like, "Oh no, they're not going to do the trial never ends." Like they're going to do the trial never ends.
We agreed with you about that, Justin.
We agreed with you. I called that one with you, Justin.
The only person who disagreed with you, Justin, was the guy who's not here and has not been here for weeks.
Does he wear
and he's
glasses
not here
too?
And he's not here this week because he'd have to eat crow again.
I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, we knew it was going to deal with time travel, but not what looks to be like this extent. I mean, holy shit! I mean,
we did from the trailer, from the poster.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a fun ride, that's for sure.
Whose snap is scarier, Q's or Thanos's?
Q's.
Q.
Q can do a lot more.
The real question is, what's with Elnor's hair?
It grew.
COVID hair.
If I may.
The scarier snap isn't even a snap at all. It's a twirl of 2 fingers. Quinn. Because Quinn is the only one so far who's deleted all the males off of a starship.
Somewhere.
Sometime.
Remember, he snapped away all the males off Voyager.
I don't remember that, but
Death Wish, go and watch it.
Well, I remember the story beats of Death Wish. It's been a decade or so since I've seen the episode.
Also, real quick, Voyager leaving Netflix September 30th.
Yep.
All of Star Trek is
all of them are.
TNG staying for now, and DS9.
They're all on Paramount Plus.
if I may, with Star Trek Picard,
Go for it.
I want to go first because this is my of the new Trek. This is my jam. When the second one Delancey was cast, I was ecstatic, and now seeing the first full trailer, and I'm going through, like Ross said, this totalitarian government of Starfleet. Basically, we're gonna see an evil Jean-Luc Picard. We've only seen this in like the comics, where it was the mirror universe. We're gonna see an evil Jean-Luc Picard. So Patrick Stewart's gonna have to play two roles: Jean-Luc from TNG and Jean-Luc from this new reality. You cannot go wrong with John Delancey as Q in Star Trek. Every episode he's in is phenomenal, and this is going to probably, unfortunately, in a way, lead very heavily into how All Good Things played out. He's going to obviously be there the whole time. But then at the end of the season or end of season 3, because he is signed on for these 2 seasons, he's like, "I knew you had it in you." That kind of thing. But seeing Rafi crying over Eleanor, that's the hopefully not foreshadowing his death, because that would devastate Picard just as much as Data dying. Eleanor's a very well liked character.
I love Eleanor. I
freaking love Rafi and Seven. You can fly a starship, you can't drive a car, and then they there's evil Picard.
Yeah.
But then with Seven and Rafi being in sync, because Girardi's like, "You guys," and they both yell Girardi. It's like, see, you're in sync. There you go. It's good. I'm looking forward to, as far as like more development, not development, but like, we're Seven. She's also going to be very much a heavy player. As much as all the other characters are, but it's like she's not gonna have her implants, and then a new Borg queen. And I noticed they cast a new one. Of course, it looks like she's not doing anything. It's like, hey, we have a Borg queen body. Let's go touch it. So
a totalitarian Starfleet would not have the restraints that others had.
Right. And so seeing them, basically Picard or nonchalant or whoever said, it was like, "Oh, we have a Borg queen here." Of course, that's messing with Seven.
It's just a Borg queen. It's in cold storage.
Of course, that's messing with Seven, bringing back her memories. Picard also, but he looks more like okay, we have to do this. So it just from this trailer alone, and him looks amazing. And then they're saying we have 3 days, not like 3 days. Oh, we can do this, this, and this. No, they have. It sounds like they have 72 hours, regardless of when they are. So they're obviously going to have to get this fixed. So this whole season is going to be encompassed probably in, I want to say, a week's time frame is probably what we're looking at. It's going to be, I think it's going to be heavy, jam packed, and I don't know. As much I'm looking forward to seeing a live action evil Picard. This is going to be.
But the question is Eleanor going to finally get a fucking cat?
If he's going to Earth, probably, because stray cats are everywhere.
Yes,
I do have a theory.
Let's hear it, Travis.
Yes.
So, in each trailer that we've seen, when 7 of 9 is shown, when we first see her reacting to the fact that her implants are gone,
yes,
something just kind of hit me. I'm almost wondering if her life here might actually be a bit better than how she knows it in the current timeline. I'm almost wondering if she will be faced with a little bit of temptation to potentially try and make, like, say, like, maybe life isn't so bad here, or like there might be some like more, like she might be faced with some tough choices in this, like, like, I'm having trouble wording it, but
Icheb is alive.
Oh man, that'd be a hell of a thing right there. But would Icheb be like? Would she know who Icheb is? Because if he's alive, he's in this where Seven doesn't have implants. They're both not Borg, and they both would never meet.
Except that Starfleet has apparently overcome the Borg. If they've got a queen in cold storage, they probably can reach the Delta Quadrant.
Wouldn't surprise me. That'd be intense.
Janeway did it.
I don't know if I have a George theory, because I was really trying to like look at the trailer and provide a George theory. My only thing is with this going with Delancey confirming season 2 and 3 that he's signed on for, even though they made the big announcement, oh, season 3 renewed. We kind of knew that.
We already knew that.
My thing is, the next trailer, since this comes out February 22, we'll probably get one more trailer. And if they don't reveal,
good night, Raina. Have a good night.
Night, Raina. Take it easy.
Take it easy, and we love you.
My George theory is going to be Guinan as a heavy player, since Whoopi Goldberg is Guinan in season 2, and we haven't seen her.
Mic.
Justin, Mike,
is your mic up your nose?
No.
But with Whoopi, we haven't seen Whoopi Goldberg as Guinan, as she
that's a big thing that's missing from the trailer.
So my guess is
that Whoopi is supposed to be here in season 2.
So maybe the Nexus. Ross made a joke about this earlier. Everything post Generations is Nexus for Picard's benefit.
That's actually a George theory presented by Lore Reloaded.
Okay,
as a way to excuse the heavy action hero-y nature of Picard post Generations.
So my thing is Whoopi maybe sign up for both seasons. I think since it's all Q for the next 2 seasons, I think it's going to end after season 3. Season 2 is going to end on a cliffhanger, is my prediction, and it's going to be a massive one. Like with how we're getting everything in this trailer and the show, I think season 2 will end on a cliffhanger with Q saying, "Oh, repeating the trial never ends," or some form of "you thought this was over," and then bam, the end of the season. So like I said, I'm looking forward to this.
If they do not all good things, a best of both worlds type cliffhanger at the end of this season, I don't know if I'll be giddy or pissed.
So this is where I'm actually sad that Raina just left, because she'll get this. It talks about having 3 days, 72 hours, and the only thing going through my head is season 2 of Picard is Majora's Mask.
That's where I thought you were going with that.
God damn it.
Yeah. So they get to the end of the 3 days and shit hasn't gone right, and Q shows up and snap, and they're back at the first day.
Oh, son, you missed it. Picard plays the flute. He'll play the Song of Time.
He might. Who knows?
How many episodes is this season? Is it 8 or 10?
I think 10. It was, it might be 10.
Yeah, these seasons are pretty short. Picard especially.
If they want to, like I said, personally, I would like to see it end after 3, not because I don't want more Picard or like it's too much Trek. Patrick Stewart's getting old, so ending it after season 3 after 3 years would make sense, especially since the Lancey and all this. But yeah, I mean, season 3 makes sense to end the series at 3.
I gotta say that Picard really surprised me. I was expecting good things since Patrick Stewart was an executive producer in the show. What I didn't expect was for season 1 to go to the direction it did, leaning heavy into the data aspect and that guilt that Picard has carried for all of these years. I wonder what sort of unresolved conflict this could carry forward. Because that was the theme of the first season. That's the theme I'm expecting it to carry forward, especially with the return of Q. The idea that the trial never ends. So what associated with the trial does Picard continue to carry with him?
We'll see.
Jason, your thoughts?
So I was just reading here on Wikipedia. So apparently season 3 scenes were filmed back in February.
Yeah.
Yeah, they filmed back to back, I believe.
No, but I'm saying is season 3 episodes were filmed when they started filming season 2.
Okay.
So meaning that season 3 has always been planned. Patrick Stewart said, he sees this being a three season arc. I've heard that there's a possibility of a 4th season. Patrick Stewart's getting older. I don't want to say goodbye to this character. I was 10 when The Next Generation came on. He is, for all intents and purposes, my captain. Growing up,
my captain.
So the idea of that not getting Picard in the future would be really hard. I'm looking forward to seeing Q. I'm looking forward to seeing Guinan. I'm looking forward to seeing, these stories continue. I do want to see the TNG band back together one more time. it'd be really hard. If we don't get that, in these 2 seasons, it'd be really hard. I'd be really disappointed if we miss that. When there's this opportunity. But at the same time, I know there's other things that they want to do with Star Trek. In his part, Kurtzman talked about Starfleet Academy. So it sounds like that's building up steam, and of course there's always the rumored Section 31 show. And again, I think there's different ways to look at that, and it brings different aspects. One of the things I saw on Facebook this week was, with Prodigy overlapping Discovery, they hope there's not franchise fatigue. The advantage is that none of these shows are similar.
Mm-hmm.
They're all in a shared universe, but they all take place at different times, different parts of the galaxy, different styles, different tones, different characters, different writers. So that I don't think that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But so the more Trek, the better.
With this could possibly, if they did do another season, maybe they could give, if Patrick Stewart wanted to step away, they could always recast Picard. Just saying, they did it to Kirk. Wouldn't be the first time they recast somebody.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you'd have to recast as a younger Picard. I mean, obviously, they did that with Kirk. I get
Tom
that.
Hardy?
James McAvoy?
Yeah, either one.
Tom Hardy's too buff for a younger Picard.
Yeah, he kind of is. But yeah, I mean, either one.
He's not too buff for a young totalitarian Picard. In your universe.
Picard in Contact was pretty jacked, and we rarely saw him without a shirt except for Chain of Command.
Well, and
Captain's Holiday.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think
Travis, your thoughts?
I think Jason nailed it on the head there, honestly. Because one of the big contributing factors to the franchise fatigue of the early 2000s was the fact that the guys who were calling the shots in Star Trek were not willing to take risks. They were satisfied with the status quo. They were trying to recapture the lightning in a bottle with the Next Generation and trying to implement that in shows like Voyager and Enterprise, and it just wasn't working out. It was getting very stale. Enterprise had its own identity crisis after season 3 and trying to figure out what it wanted to be. Like, each show that we get, whether you like them or not, knows what it's trying to be, is sticking with its specific tones, its directions, its plot developments, its character development. It's like each one has its own identity. You can't look at Discovery and say that it is exactly the same as Picard. You can't look at Picard and say that it's going to be exactly the same as Prodigy or Lower Decks or whatever. Like, each of these shows that we are getting has its own identity, and even Strange New Worlds is going to have its own identity. You can't say it's going to be exactly like the original series or Next Generation, because it's just not. Like, they have said that they are going, like, they are not just going into that like episodic, like everything is forgotten about by the next week that happens in this episode. Like, there is still going to be lasting consequences and lasting like repercussions. So I don't think that franchise fatigue is going to be a thing at all, because they are still keeping it fresh and unique. In terms of Picard, I have gone on record in saying that it's the show that I am most critical of in terms of new Star Trek. I am curious about this second season, but I don't mind saying that I'm going to be holding it to some scrutiny. I'm still not entirely happy about the fact that a lot of what happened this past season, from the Golem to like
Absolutely, I'm right there with you.
Like, the fact that none of that is going to be touched upon this season, or like not touched upon as much.
We don't know that though. We don't know that yet. We don't know. We have no idea what this season is going to bring based on a trailer.
The producer has acknowledged that, unfortunately, the fact that Picard is inhabiting a synthetic body will not play a major role in this season.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the fact that is like, I was looking forward to seeing what they might do with that.
I mean,
that is a big blemish on the season, and I'm disappointed to hear it.
Well, they might say that, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be. They've lied before and said one thing and something else has happened.
They haven't lied. They've misdirected.
Exactly.
But it's not like
there's been a lie before, but it was J.J. Abrams. It's not Khan.
Yeah, that's completely different.
I mean,
that's not what's going on here. I know we've all still got a lot to say. I'm sorry, Travis. I know we also got a lot to say about this trailer, but we are running short on time, so let's put a pin in Star Trek for now.
4K motion picture.
Well, there's one thing from Star Trek Day you didn't talk about.
What?
4K motion pictures?
No. Hold on, let me share.
When Mayweather's actor came out and said, "Hey, that's not the theme song for Enterprise."
No. Fansets has announced a new pin.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about this is actually the first time it's been.
Well, that was announced on Star Trek Day, but it wasn't part of the actual Star Trek Day presentation. There were a lot of other announcements for Star Trek Day, such as merchandising. GOG released a bunch of TNG video games that haven't been available for a long time. Oh, Travis with the Revenge Hydrates.
That's what you get. But that particular
there is one thing. Do
go ahead.
Oh, Travis. How many redeems did you do?
Oh,
good God! You're trying to make him piss in his pants.
Well, Jason, he's gonna be pissing all night.
Justin,
I went to the bathroom on my last break, so it's okay.
Justin, that's your fault. You literally wrote the scrawl about Travis trying to drown Ross.
But
he's just being prophetic at this point.
But I talked to Lou and John at STLV about this pin specifically, and this has been a long time coming. And this is like one of the most complex pins they've ever made. And so they didn't have it there. It landed while they were in Vegas, but it drops in November. So they're not going to do a pre-order. So when it comes, I'll announce it. But jump on it.
Yeah, that's the first time that's been available since the Roddenberry stores went down, because he used to only be able to get those off the Roddenberry store. But yeah, that's the first time that's been available.
I know this is off topic, but the Mechleth I have behind me is from Roddenberry stores, and you can't get them anymore. I was lucky to get the one.
Yeah.
All right.
Our last topic.
So much fun stuff about coming out about Star Trek. We've got a lot to look forward to and a lot to talk about. I'm excited. I know you guys are. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And let's move on to our final topic.
I have a question. Is there like an official place to purchase her singing Blue Skies that closed out Star Trek Day?
Issa Briones.
That would be amazing. I imagine it might be on Spotify.
It's probably on Spotify.
So my guess is you could probably purchase the MP3 on Amazon Music or something.
Okay, what's Paramount CBS's music label? I know they have one.
If I may, on Sun's Point, I would love to see Issa Briones and Brent Spiner sing Blue Skies together. I would love to see that as
I would love to see that in contradiction. Him singing the happy version, her singing the somber version.
Yes. And he's got to do it the way he did in Nemesis.
All right.
You can get Blue Skies from any of your apps.
Okie dokie.
All right. So, in addition to Star Trek having its 55th anniversary, another influential show celebrated its 25th anniversary this week, and that being Blue's Clues.
I'm not going to cry.
And as part of that anniversary, they had a reunion of the previous hosts. And while I haven't watched a lot of the special that they did, one part of the special went viral this week, and that was the first host of Blue's Clues, Steve, addressing the viewer as an adult, speaking to other adults, talking a bit about his abrupt departure from the show. He very suddenly was leaving saying he was off to college and that someone else would be taking over for him and he would be your new best friend, finding clues with Blue and everything else. And he acknowledged that this departure was rather sudden and lacked any kind of buffer or closure, and it must have been difficult for the viewer, but it was also difficult for him.
Mm-hmm.
And that while he did have to leave, he went on to do incredible things. And he was sure that we, the viewer, took the many experiences that we had with him to do incredible things. It was a very emotional monologue that resonated
crying.
with me. I was a little old for Blue's Clues when it came out during Steve's tenure, but I felt the emotion that went through that talk, and it really touched me. Greg, it seems like it affected you just as much, if not more so.
It did. I mean, when it first came out, I was at that age where I was getting a little too old to watch it, but I watched for about 2 years, I think. I didn't see his full 6-year run because you turn 13, 14. Like, yeah, I'm watching violent movies at that point.
I don't care about those kiddie shows. What are you talking about? Power Rangers is on?
Exactly. So watching it come back, I saw the video. At first, I thought it was like Key and Peele type skit. Like, it was just something funny. So I was like, okay, I ignored the first time. I ignored the second. I was like, okay, fine, screw it. I'm going to click it because then I saw the memes. I clicked it and watched it, and I got misty-eyed. Like, it's like you have somebody from your childhood, Steve, coming back and saying all those things, like, hey, what I did was abrupt. I found myself. Basically I did a self journey and found himself. Went to college, did his stuff. It's like that spoke volumes to a lot of people our age and a little younger. And it's like, okay, that's really great. He came back and did this. He gave us something a lot of people can't experience today. He gave us a Mr. Rogers moment that he invoked, and not through his own fault, but just like, I get a very Mr. Rogers feel that it's like, hey, you're doing great in life. You're alive. I hope you're doing well. You have some of you have families. Some of you have this.
You've accomplished a lot.
Exactly. And it's
it was validation.
Yeah, he gave us validation. He validated himself. And it's like, I felt good watching it. It's like, it's not very often that's like you get a Mr. Rogers feel from somebody who isn't Mr. Rogers. So it was great to see that. And I honestly and my fiance Leia, we both got all the feels. And before I end my piece, he went on to the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. That little 4-minute clip is great. I posted to go watch it, but I loved seeing him come back. It was something great.
Shut up, Wesley.
What was that?
Well, I was going to ask you how you felt about it, but it's pretty clear how you feel about it. Thank you very much.
It was a shocking how it did hit the feels, because I watched it when everyone else posted clip. I was like, holy shit, because like, dude, that's the first time he's really been seen or heard from since he left that show. So it's like,
he's done a lot of things since then.
Well,
just not in the same sphere.
Yeah, not the same thing.
He's produced a lot of other stuff. He did several children's books, as well as a children's audio series called Foreverwhere. It's really cute and touching. I really enjoyed. I listened to that on a road trip with my kiddo.
Cool.
How about you, Jason?
I graduated in '96, so that's the year it came out. I'm glad that Steve touched people with that message.
Phrasing.
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna say it, but I was like,
7-year-old with cancer.
It was just I mean, my Mr. Rogers was Mr. Rogers, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was born in '81, and I gotta kind of agree that I was Mr. Rogers' kid.
How about you, Travis?
I mean, I was a Mr. Rogers kid as well, but I mean, I haven't seen this clip yet. I've been meaning to look it up, just haven't really gotten to a chance to. But I can tell you that being the older brother of 2 younger sisters, I had my fair share of Blue's Clues in my life. And I don't mind saying that, like, I was probably one of those kids that looked at a lot of these kid shows as being kind of like, oh, that's for babies, while being secretly fascinated by it. Like, if Blue's Clues is on and my sisters are watching it, I'll probably sit with them and watch it.
And
like,
watch
that was
it.
I was one of those kids. Like, I think I even did that with shows like the fucking Teletubbies. Go figure that one out.
You poor soul.
Yes, my poor soul. But like with Steve doing this kind of thing, like it is like it's I'm pretty sure it's a very nice bit of nostalgia. Again, I haven't seen the clips, so I don't have a lot to say. I can just I just know that he was a very, very fun host when he was on there. Like my sister had a Blue's Clues computer game. And he was interactive. Like he was very fun and very charismatic. One of the I can't believe I'm about to talk about a computer game about Blue's Clues, but one of the fun things that you could do in this is like basically the concept of the game, of course, was to find the clues, and once you do that, you would click on his thinking chair. But if you clicked on the thinking chair before you found all the clues, he would go into like this, like, we have all 3 clues. Wait, no, we don't. And like you could do this, and it would like just keep on like doing like all these reactions and of him getting fooled. Like, wait, well, no, we don't. Like eventually, be like, I'm not falling for that again. And you click on him again, and he'd be like, wait. And he stops himself. Like this guy was very charismatic, very fun, and so seeing like knowing that he came back just even for like a little anniversary special and addressing the people who grew up with him, it's a very nice thing. It's very wholesome, and we need more of that kind of thing nowadays. So
all right, son.
I was actually really disappointed. He had an opportunity here to not only connect like he did I am not denying he didn't connect, that he connected with the people who grew up watching with Blue's Clues, United too, but he entirely missed an opportunity here to be honest with his audience, to instead of saying I went off to college. I actually did go off to college and I learned all this stuff, to go, I said I was going off to college because I was sick and I was scared and I didn't want to scare you too. And then take off his hat and show that he's been fighting cancer. That's why he left the show.
if I remember correctly, he left the show to pursue a music career. Could have swore that was the reason. But
I've seen quite a few. I've seen quite a few interviews where he talks about, or where interviewing him, he talks about he let him leaving because he was starting to get cancer and he didn't want to scare children by losing his hair on the show.
Well, I have to look more into that.
Look that up.
Okay, that's not what I meant. I have to go look. Real quick, we did forget to mention on the Star Trek Day topic. We forgot to mention the band, the orchestra.
The orchestra, yes.
Talk about all of the feels that entire freaking time.
Whew.
I'm sorry, all those themes, even Discovery and Lower Decks, it sound way better in live action.
I actually scolded one of my friends when they were playing the Next Generation theme. Like he was like, if Jerry Goldsmith were alive, he would have come on and be like, nope, start it over. I kind of ripped into him like, dude, no. Like I had to first of all, Jerry Goldsmith had way more class than that. And two, like, that's just really disrespectful. If just I'm a musician, or former musician, I should say. Like, I played in a symphony and marching band and all that other fun stuff, and the idea of someone actually like running out in the middle of a performance and saying, "No, start it," like that is just like I can't even wrap my mind around that concept.
Jerry Goldsmith is not Kanye West.
Yeah.
The TNG arrangement was a little off.
The whole orchestra was a little off, but I think that's because they didn't have the usual amount of wind instruments.
Yeah, I noticed they didn't have like the usual amount of those typical orchestras.
Well, they used a lot of horns and not a lot of trumpets for the TNG theme.
Yeah,
which gave it more of a
very little flutes too.
More of a tenor-ish,
no flutes,
feel than the alto feel that I feel like. So anyway, it just felt like more,
no French horns either.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of French horns. No, that was the problem with the TNG theme is that they used a lot of French horns as opposed to a lot of trumpets.
Leia's probably going to comment on this in a second. She pointed out every single thing in that orchestra.
And one of the things that Patrick Stewart didn't come out, right? And so
he was there.
What? But he was there because LeVar Burton tweeted a picture of him wearing what he was wearing, along with who was that? Because I sent you the picture. I sent you the picture, Justin.
Yeah.
And he was there, but I was like, even if he didn't come out, why didn't you just do the captain's monologue?
Well, is that and like Stewart was there. What's her name? That plays Burnham was there. Shanika Martin Green was there. Yeah, a bunch of people that was there. For some reason, they didn't bring them out on stage. I don't quite understand why.
Probably for time or compensation, something like that. Maybe they just wanted to be there to be a part of the celebration and not be stage performers.
You don't talk about a show and only include one half the crew.
There's all sorts of reason it could have happened. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it was wonderful nonetheless. But that will conclude our discussion on Blue's Clues' 25th anniversary and the feels that it produced.
Yes.
Let us move into our final traditional topic of the week. Justin, what have you been watching this week?
Lucifer season 6. And oh man, if you thought
shut up, Justin.
I'm not gonna spoil nothing. If you thought the last season kicked you in the feels, you're in for one hell of a ride for the final because you will laugh, you'll cry, you will.
That's already spoiled.
Have the feels. Yeah, because it's a roller coaster ride, and it's a hell of a ride.
Anything else?
It was a surprise ending. Let's see here. I haven't been doing much gaming this week. I've been trying to take some other stuff. So don't start citizen jokes, Greg. But yeah, that's been pretty much it. That and our normal Lower Deck Star Trek day and What If.
All right. Thank you very much. Greg, what have you been watching this week?
Lucifer season 6. Leia and I are halfway done. We made the mistake of thinking our almost 2-year-old son would let us watch this show in peace, which he has done previously. He has let us watch shows previously. Bad Batch, Lower Decks. What the heck? He won't mind Lucifer. No, it was very hard to watch Lucifer, but we're about halfway done. The mid-season.
So you're at what, episode 5?
Yeah, episode 5. That one hit hard at the end for me and Leia.
Yeah.
As far as streaming, my Twitch has been blowing up. I've been streaming Pokemon Go. I'm up to 38 followers. I'm actually probably going to hit 50 sometime next week. So I'm really excited about growing that channel a lot. And of course, with watching Lower Decks, I've caught up on it. And of course, What If, looking forward to it. So yeah, it's been a fun week for me.
Hey, speaking of Ross, your internet has been prime time here tonight. You haven't robotoed once.
You've rose once.
I did it once, but that's because I was bringing up something for Florida Man. I haven't installed the new router yet, so we'll see what happens once I get that in.
I have a question. Greg.
What's up, son?
How many bots named Haas 231 have you deleted this week?
None. All of my
I've-
followers. All
How?
of my followers are legitimate. All of my
I've-
followers are legitimate
How?
people.
I've banned like 10 or 12 of them in the past.
I had to
6 hours.
ban 5 of them fuckers the other day when I streamed.
I've had 5 tonight.
Yeah, I know. You guys have the problem. I know. I went and looked through my follower list.
We had to send the bots over to Greg. That's what it is. We
I
gotta send them
know.
over
Don't
there.
wish
Hold on.
that on
Hold on.
Hydrate.
But no, all 38 of my followers thus far are all people I've legitimately interacted with, through either my stream or in person. So they're all people I technically know.
He doesn't.
We'll have to send you some bots.
Either he doesn't have the right tags, or he's not valuable enough to bot harass like
It's
that.
probably both.
Travis,
Are you,
Blaine,
Phil,
what have you
yet?
guys been watching this week?
Disney reel that back?
Not yet.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
We look forward to that every Friday, Travis.
It's been
you
busy.
just watch
We
us.
have busy weeks. That's all there is to it. So what have I been watching? In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by 2 separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who
God
prosecute the offenders.
damn it.
These are their stories.
Doom, doom.
Which one?
Just the regular season. And not in the regular season, the regular show. I'm a huge sucker for Law and Order. Like it's a
God
show
damn it.
that I. What? What's wrong with Law and Order?
Nothing.
I love me a good Jack McCoy cross-examination. Thank you very much.
You just did. Okay,
No,
sorry,
no,
Travis. You just did the intro.
It's not that they hate that you like it. It's the fact that you sat there and did the entire fucking opening. That's what they got. That's what got them.
I love doing the opening.
The show is called Super Geeks. The real Super Geeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do.
Mm-hmm. I know. I understand.
But
I'm not the one.
Right.
I'm not the
Sounds
one
right, that's
losing
what
my
got us.
mind.
But,
I'm not the one losing my mind. It's Justin and Greg.
You've already lost your mind, though, son. So there's a thing to that.
All right,
Yeah,
let's let
no.
Travis finish. Let's let Travis finish.
But yeah, I've actually, I decided to bite the bullet and experiment with a premium subscription to Peacock, because that's literally the only place I can find anywhere to stream Law and Order, and it's not even the complete fucking series. I'm pretty pissed about that. If I want to experience the complete series from seasons 1 to 20 in a row, I have to like shell out like $150 for the complete DVD seasons, which I just don't know if I'm ready to do yet. So I'm mainly just watching from season 13, which isn't terrible. I mean, like I enjoy Law and Order, like I said. I think it presents very, very fun.
Had seasons of that on Netflix.
No, it's not on Netflix, but I'm like, again, I love the mysteries that they can, bring forward. I love, like, ironically enough, some of my favorite segments of the show are just in the courtroom. Like Sam Waterson's presence when he is not interrogating, like just questioning the people on the stand can be so like investive. Like just seeing him like, did you know, like were you aware that like, did you know that murder was wrong when you woke up? Did you know it was wrong when you were eating your breakfast cereal? Like like just seeing him like just ask these kinds of questions, it's like very fun. And Jerry Orbach, God rest his soul, like the show, as like you wouldn't think it would have such like intriguing characters, but like I love every single character on this show for the most part. And yeah, like I would not mind seeing like Sam Waterson in any kind of Star Trek guest appearance. Just saying. Like,
hey Travis, just for you.
Other than that, like I've been again kind of continuing through the Star Trek underrated episodes countdown. Today I covered Enterprise's North Star, which is a wonderful what?
The Western one.
Yeah, it's an awesome like take on a Western story for Star Trek. Very it's I said in my analysis that it is a nearly perfect blend of action, fun, heart, and discovery, and it's easily one of the most unique episodes that Star Trek has ever done, and not nearly as like in terms of the good Enterprise episodes, it's criminally overlooked. So yeah, that's where we're at so far in that countdown.
To the left, Brock.
All right.
Did you say good
Thank you, Travis.
Episodes?
And
did you say good Enterprise episodes? There's only one of those. It's called These Are the Voyages.
Shut up, Jason.
There it is. All right, Jason. What are you watching?
No.
Not Enterprise.
The family and I are getting caught up with this season's America's Got Talent. So, Michael Winslow was on. Sadly, he's not making it to the finals, which he should. It's a crime. You know where Michael Winslow is from, right, Justin? No. The other fun sound effect.
Crime. You said crime.
Oh, God damn it, Justin.
Police Academy.
Yes.
Yeah, so we've been watching that. That's,
Because, we all know what we love to play to death here.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Son, what have you been watching this week?
Well, right now I'm watching this very exciting theater performance going on. So, that's going on. Yeah, no, there's actually an entire theater performance in Metro, and if you sit and watch the entire thing, you get like one of those good karma triggers for the good ending.
Nice.
So, you all get to watch this. I watched Alter Ego this week. Star Trek Voyager, Alter Ego. That's the one with the nebula that's not supposed to exist, but it's been here for centuries. And we don't understand what this dampening field is. It's putting out the filaments that's making the filaments eat themselves. But the moment we can understand it, we can change everything. We can develop new things for warp core and all this kind of stuff. And it turns out that this new hologram that Kim is madly in love with suddenly starts chasing Tuvok. And seems to go rogue AI like Moriarty. But it also turns out it's an alien in the nebula on a station creating the dampening field for the entire nebula, but is lonely as hell and chasing Tuvok because Tuvok's like the closest thing to an intellectual she's seen in decades. And you're just going to conveniently forget the fact that you guys were actually interested in the dampening field technology for this episode, huh? Okay. Next episode's coded though. I also watched Netflix has the final cut, Blade Runner, the final cut.
Yes. Ooh.
And I am actually I'm disappointed. I actually enjoyed the Harrison monologue throughout the movie. And it's not there for the final cut because that was never part of the Ridley Scott's original vision for the film. And having it gone kind of it lets the visuals happening tell a story, yes, but you miss that noir feeling of the detective talking about what's going on. So I'm conflicted. I like it. I'm enjoying it, because there's like a whole bunch of extra stuff, but I'm missing the monologue of Harrison Ford being a detective. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, son. Something more?
My life.
Also, Justin, we need to, if you can get it, we need to co-stream Raft.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Some Super Geeks multiplayer.
You know what? If we could get Ross to get it and Greg, well, I don't know. We can have Greg stream to YouTube or on, he's on Twitch too. So, I mean, we could all get together and stream it.
Well, technically, not supposed to multi-stream on Twitch.
It doesn't matter if all of us are streaming to our own channels.
Yes.
Ooh, really?
I did say, yeah. That's what a multi-stream is.
I need to look into start doing that too, because I could be streaming Super Geeks. Ooh, I could do the
I mean, this is what Ross
Son,
was trying to tell you from the beginning.
Yeah,
Justin,
son, you just broke Justin.
I mean, I've just created I've just created this revelation for Justin. Yep. I'm sorry it took this long, Ross, but we're here.
All right, thank you, son. Ooh. As for me, I haven't been able to watch much this week.
Lucifer season 6.
I said I haven't been able to watch much this week. Last week was with the holiday. It was a long weekend for me, and Labor Day also landed on the wife's birthday. So it was a lot of last minute prep to get something prepared for her. Thankfully, her sister came in and hosted for us, and we were able to have a small, if impromptu, party for her. And then, of course, this week has been all about prep for my son's birthday. Most of what I've watched.
So you had to work on the day you're not supposed to work. That's also called Labor Day.
Yes.
Okay.
For the wife.
Okay.
And then, of course, this week is
all... she didn't go into labor on Labor Day.
Oh, God.
She'd be pregnant then, and that would have been a rather big surprise, considering that she is not. If she suddenly went into labor with the anyway. Most of what I've watched this week has been my usual fare on YouTube, a lot of hobby and crafting channels, a few lore channels, and stuff like that. But I want to take the opportunity today to give an update, something I tried to update before, but my internet connection said nope. I want to update you guys on Tex of the Black Pants Legion. So amid the canceling attempt, his own community and his own friends and family have given an outpouring of support to him, and he's really been uplifted by the experience. So something of a net positive if his own inner demons haven't been just as bad. But he's making progress on the next episode of Tex Talks Battletech, and in an update today, he announced that he is doing a Battletech audiobook. He has been licensed by Catalyst Game Labs to voice one of the most important bits of lore in the Battletech universe, and that is the clan invasion. This is the turning point of the Battletech universe. This is that universe coming back from the brink of grimdark, of technological stagnation, and the first major shakeup of the status quo, when the exiled descendants of the Starleague Defense Force return to the Inner Sphere with the intent on conquering Earth and everything else. And the fact that he is narrating these audiobooks written by Michael Stackpole, one of the original developers on Star Trek 25th Anniversary and Judgment Rights, by the way, is incredible. And I'm so excited that he has that opportunity. And also, in his latest social media update, he writes something about what is happening tomorrow, the 20th anniversary of September 11th, that I would like to read for you right now.
Today.
Tomorrow, I wonder if I could do his voice for it. Nah, it's too summer for that. Tomorrow is September 11th, which for those of us who lived through these events of 9/11, 2001, and were old enough to see the world, or at least our world, change, it is a difficult day to understand. 20 years have flown by, and there's not a moment I don't think about the day, not for the trauma it caused, but for the change in perspective. For some people, it was a day that reminded them they weren't safe, or that innocence could be taken away so easily. For other people, it was the beginning of a long road of suffering, pain, and depression. There's a lot that can be said right now, especially about how Afghanistan is going. It's a hard day with a harsh reminder that sometimes things don't go the way you intended. Instead of unpacking politics or saying this or that was or was not correct and pointing fingers and blame, I'm going to offer something else. There are a lot of people out there touched by the last 20 years, from emergency responders trying to get health care for the injuries suffered at Ground Zero, to those who saw their loved ones go off to war and never return. I've lost a lot of friends over the past 2 decades to conflict and the aftermath. I've watched people come home as bare shadows, eking out an existence on the fringe of society if they bother to reintegrate at all. I've seen a lot of hurt folks seemingly abandoned by society that will say, "Thank you for your service," and discard them. So I ask you all instead of trying to use the Memorial Day of our lifetime for a political argument or a soapbox, instead of trying to do the right word through instead of trying to right the world through LARPing, I ask you to remain silent for those who cannot speak. I ask you to listen to those who suffer and hear their stories. Carry those with you and forward as stories of perseverance and of the human spirit and triumph over these dark times. I ask those of you who volunteer an ear, or at least a compassionate hug, for someone suffering. Many folks volunteer to do this with good intent, regardless of the outcome. Let people know they matter, because it can change the world. That's the man you people tried to cancel.
And that's a perfect note to end the show on, if you ask me.
Agreed. Thank you all very much for watching, listening, and hanging out and geeking out here with us. It's the highlight of our week, and we hope that it's the highlight of yours as well. Until next time, remember to live, to love, and to play a little bit every day. Son, if you would.
You are all loved and appreciated by just your being you.
Jason, do you have a sign off for us? All right. Justin, play us out.
All right. Are we doing Florida Man or no?
I have a Florida Man. I have a good one. I have a really good one.
I have to go to bed.
Good night, Travis. Good night, Jason. Thank you for coming back for us tonight.
Night, night.
Good to see you again.
Night, everybody.
Yes.
Night, guys. I'm heading off too. Thanks for that.
Nighty night,
It was
Greg.
a fun show.
Good night, Greg.
Night, guys.
And then there was Greg is old.
And now we begin our Florida Man segment, the weirdest and wildest news from Florida and beyond. And today I'm going to headline with this story that came across from a rather unlikely place. Hydrate.
Cry with.
And what do you know? We got through the whole damn thing. This story does not come out of Florida. It comes out of Spain. And the headline is as follows.
Spaniard man.
Spanish man. Bishop resigns amid reported relationship with writer of satanic erotica fiction.
What?
Do you want me to read it again, Justin?
That's so sacrilegious, it must be fattening.
Oh my God.
See? Didn't I tell you? All right. A Spanish bishop resigned from. This is Newsweek. A Spanish bishop resigned from his post to settle down with a writer of erotic novels, according to reports. Javier Noel, 52, started a new chapter in his life when he suddenly resigned from his position at the Diocese of Solsona last August for personal reasons, in order to have a relationship with an erotic novel writer. The woman, whose Spanish newspaper El País, named only as SC from Barcelona, has published several erotica novels. Among these titles attributed to her are the Amnesia trilogy and Hell in Gabriel's Lust. According to the publication, she will not comment on speculation, nor will she grant interviews. El País reported Pope Francis, the most senior figure in the Catholic Church, has accepted Novel's resignation from his position. Still, according to El País, Novel, who will also ask for the Pope's permission for a dispensation from a vow of celibacy and obedience to all Catholic bishops that all Catholic bishops take when they enter their priesthood. During this process, Novel would return to lay status without officially leaving the church, as the Holy See reviews whether to grant it. El País reports, Novel has been absent from his position for several weeks before he handed his resignation. Joseph Barria Besora, a priest in Solsona, appears to be unsure about the reports and told El País, "In the last few days, I have received 3 messages about this woman, and each message said something different. I don't know anything about this matter, and whether it's true or a lie, they are the bishop's personal reasons." According to the Spanish radio network SER, Novel became the youngest bishop in Spain at the age of 41, and back in 2010, he told the station that before he decided to enter the priesthood, he wanted to have children. He added, "It is a magnificent vocation, but I see that the Lord has wanted me to renounce that beautiful thing to have a bigger family." Newsweek has contacted officials at the Vatican for comment. While the Pope can grant resignations, he has previously taken a stance against allowing certain senior figures in the Catholic Church to leave. Now, what Newsweek leaves out from the first article that I read, I can't remember exactly where I got it from. There's a bit more spice to this. So, what they didn't report is that these erotica novels are works of specifically satanic erotica fiction, using figures from the Bible, such as angels, demons, and Satan himself, in lurid situations. Novel is an avid supporter of exorcisms and has spent many years studying their phenomena and performing exorcisms himself. And he entered into a relationship with this woman, a platonic one at first, for the purpose of understanding perspectives on demons. And he eventually began a relationship with her born out of these discussions, to the point where his peers were wondering if he was in fact possessed himself. It also got to the point that reportedly even the Pope asked him to get an exorcism. The Pope asked him to get an exorcism.
It's the ultimate opposites attract thing, isn't it?
Wow.
And to add a little bit more spice to this, apparently Novel isn't exactly a great person either. He is also a proponent of conversion therapies against the will of the greater church. So there's that.
Get off my lawn.
So yeah, Spanish former bishop.
So there's actually a lot of good guy Florida man stories that I'm seeing, and
that's the one.
But I had to find a couple of regular Florida man stories first.
Oh,
so
right. Go for it.
Florida man steals pickup truck, crashes, pretends to grill on stranger's porch.
Florida man.
It's all you, son. I've spent myself for the day.
Florida man goes berserk, shouting, "All hail Donald Trump!" following hit and run crash on his wedding day.
Is his wife okay?
I have no clue. I'm sure she was at the church. I mean, hell, here's the question. Did he actually get married? Or is she still his fiance at this point?
Ooh. Probably not.
Yeah. So here's a funny
kind of
one.
hard to get married when you're in jail.
Florida woman struts through Miami airport in nothing but bikini and face mask.
I heard about that, but it was in relation to a story about another woman who was forced off an airplane because she didn't conform to the stewardess's dress code standards, even though she was fully clothed. The issue was she was obese and she had some midriff showing, and apparently that offended somebody. But then you have that story.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, she's suing.
Outrageous double standards are outrageous, but they exist everywhere.
Yeah.
So this isn't necessarily a Florida man story. This also isn't necessarily a good guy Florida man story either. This is just a quirky story.
All right.
Florida man opens new business and wins $1 million lottery jackpot on the same day.
Lucky him.
Extremely, it sounds like. So here's the funny one, and here's the cops. You need to do so much better. Deputy tases Florida man. Okay, starting out fine.
Okay.
Deputy tases Florida man twerking. Okay, now this sounds more like a Florida man story, right?
Okay.
Deputy tases Florida man twerking during a traffic stop. Okay, this definitely sounds like a Florida man story, right?
Okay.
Deputy tases Florida man twerking during traffic stop in the rain. If you wanted to kill a Florida man, there you go, Mr. Cop.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's also, it appears Florida residents are increasing their assaults with food.
Yeah, I saw a couple of those this week.
We've got several stories this week of Florida residents, male and female, assaulting others with pizza. Just pizza. That's not even the other food.
Why would you waste pizza like that?
Because it's the closest and easiest thing to grab and chuck at a person.
That's wasting pizza.
That's wasting pizza. That's sacrilege. That is sacrilege.
You mean sacrilegious?
Because
if it's entirely sacrilegious. Because if you're having a lover's quarrel, that's pizza to lick off their face.
God damn it, son!
You just made an unintended Rooster Teeth reference right there.
I mean, I've seen it several places.
Oh.
Speaking of lovers' quarrels, or speaking of lovers, there's an entire article about finding romance on the road at Florida man's giant beaver-themed gas station. There's a Texas chain of gas stations called Buc-ee's, and it's all like beaver-themed stuff, right? And they're huge gas stations, right? We're talking like some of them could be Walmart-sized gas stations, and
That's
they're
a big
gas stations. Station. Yeah, it's because they're basically like a gas station, but with like a giant version of the Cracker Barrel gift shop.
Oh wow! Okay.
So yeah, that's what's going on there. And I saw that story, and I'm like, yeah, because they've been extending across the coast towards Florida. So here's the one that really made me scratch my head this week.
Okay.
Florida man attacks mom's boyfriend with samurai sword over missing can of shrimp. My first question is, who the hell cans shrimp?
Somebody does.
Yeah. I mean, I understand canned fish, but not shrimp. I've never seen canned shrimp before. I live in the South. You'd expect to find something like that down here. So now it's time for the good guy Florida man stories.
Let's hear it.
Florida man busts 2 teens for plotting a mass shooting.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm not going to read the story because it involves minors because they're teens.
Okay.
Oh, where is the other one? Okay, here's the other one. Florida man repairs potholes by planting banana trees. So yeah, that's a good guy Florida man story.
Yeah.
So where's the other one? I found it and scrolled past it to find other news. Where did it go? I can't find it now. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess that's it for the week.
All right.
Alrighty. That concludes tonight's Florida Man. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Once again, it's been a pleasure to share on the crazy, ridiculous, the messed up, the fun in the world of Florida and beyond. My name is Ross. I forgot to do where can we find each other. Damn it.
Yeah, it's okay. I think everybody knows by the time that, you know.
It's literally in our names.
Yes, but we're also on Anchor FM now, and not everybody. Some people listen and watch without video. It's anyway.
Yeah,
imagine a geek fandom show that mostly talks about Star Trek being on an Anchor.
Oh God.
All right.
All righty.
Let's wrap it up. Good night, everybody.